Okay, everyone. Okay, let me open this. Um, so yesterday, Atinder scored and he got 86, 80, 90, and 90. And we have achieved 74, 79s in December so far. Do you think we can get another 6 by the end of this month? Huh? Now 5 left. Yeah, I know. Now 5 left. Um, did you guys read these? Last 2 days, you have gone through these already. Moment. So let's read this first post then. Have you ever thought why others are doing better than you and you are lagging behind again and again? Read on. How you spend your time today is what will determine your position tomorrow, inshallah. If you are poor, miserable, and unsuccessful today, it is not because you are unfortunate or others are just fortunate. You are what you are because this is what you wanted to become yesterday, a week, a month, or a year ago. You never had any aim. You never made a set of strategies to pursue your aim as you didn't have any aim. You never corrected your mistakes, you rather overlooked them in the excuse that these were all small mistakes which had little to do with success. You were very wrong. Now when you look at your friends who are happy and successful today, you feel extremely indignant. However, you console yourself saying that they just got lucky. What you don't know about them is that first of all they had goals in their lives, both short term and long term, in different stages. Second, they had an excellent routine to follow no matter how difficult it was. Last but not least, they didn't stop at every obstacle they were confronted with. They kept improving, learning from their mistakes. In other words, they are who they are only because, unlike you, they were not pleased with their status, position, and performance yesterday, a week, a month, or a year ago. They did everything possible to improve themselves, to stop making the same mistakes, to sacrifice those early morning sleeps and countless other bad habits, only to see a better future tomorrow. This is why they are who they are, and you are who you are. The sooner you realize this fact, the better it is for you. And once you have realized this, don't delay a second. Take a notebook, write your aims, both short term and long term, then prepare a proper routine that will help you achieve these aims. Don't make your routine a boring one or an unrealistic one. If necessary, consult someone who you think can help you make your routine. When you're all set, start following your routine. Inshallah, with every passing day, you'll find yourself much closer to your goals and experience a sweet feeling. If you don't believe me, follow as I say for at least 24 hours. If you don't believe me, follow as I say for at least 24 hours. When you have that sweet, addictive feeling, you will know what that you are on the right track. So the lesson is decide where you want to see yourself 1 week, 1 month, or 1 year from now, and act accordingly as it's nothing but your actions now, which will decide where you will be 1 week, 1 month, or 1 year from now. Very easy to understand. What you are doing right now is what will decide where you will be tomorrow. Very easy. So if you're doing nothing today, you will be nowhere tomorrow. If you have a goal, you are following that, you are preparing for that, obviously. Maybe tomorrow, maybe day after tomorrow, you will be achieving that goal. So first thing, have a goal. Do you have one? कभी हाँ मैडम पिटी में स्कोर करना है गोल नहीं है मजबूरी है that is not a goal, that is your majburi. Goal is I have to score in PTE within this much time. How many of you have decided a time frame for yourself? Yes. Yeah. And okay, so you have a aim, right? You have decided, okay, this is the time I want to do it. and what you are doing to make it possible. Everybody can think, if I get it by January and I'll be better, then I can start that new job. And then I'm not talking about that time. If I get it by January, like if I get it by January. If not, do you have a plan to get it by January? अब तो December gone हो गया ना. January is the better better month to talk about. Hanji, we got two. No, we got one more 7 guys. Arun, he used to come and sit in that special session. Uh, he has scored 88, 89, 90, and 80. It's not on the Facebook. It's in the success group that we have with our staff. So 4 more to go. Good. Okay, let's start your speaking test. Are you ready? Who is ready? You are ready. Very good. I'm happy. At least you said yes. Okay. Do you remember today's Wednesday? I know you don't. You were not there on that day when I was discussing this. Some of you were not there last week. Last week, Thursday or Friday, we discussed this that you will have 4 5 days, and in these 4 5 days, along with other things, I don't know what other things you were planning to do, but along with other things, speaking is one thing that you will make sure is perfect for 90. Okay, ready? Which describe image?
There is a beautiful picture in front of me. Let me have a close look at this picture. By looking closely, there are several trends are emerging. I have to explain this image 25 seconds. The title of the image of the 7.2 billion people on earth. There are several number and word in this image. The number is 193 m 67 132 123, and the word is English, Chinese, Arabic, Spanish, Hindi, Urdu, Bengali. I
बच्चे
think my
टाइम हो गया.
time is
टाइम हो गया. It's better than before. Okay. One more time, when I give feedback to one student, that is an individual feedback. Okay. We know that she was struggling, she was hesitant at certain places, but she is doing better than what she was doing. So you don't assume it is okay to speak like that. It is okay for her because she has improved upon her performance. But if you ask me, it was not very fluent. Okay, and you all realize that. But given her performance, she is much better than before. Okay, it's better than before. Who's next? मैं कर देती हूँ. Here, मैं take it. Ready?
Yeah.
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 Let's start.
There is a very beautiful picture in front of me. Let me have a close look to the picture. By looking closely, I can see that several trends are emerging. I need to describe this image for 25 seconds. Sports played by 8th grade student at Desert Mountain. There are some words written in the image like soccer, cheerleading, baseball, basketball type. And there is also like type of sports. I can see some numbers from 0 to 12. And they are also saying number of students participating in that sport. This image is very complex for me, and I'm not speaking more on this image now.
Time is up. Garima, you struggled a bit. Yeah. So I never tell you guys to rush. There's a very small minor difference between being quick and rushing. So this was very close to rushing, and that is the reason you struggle. Otherwise, you usually don't struggle while speaking. I know your pace is slow, but you don't struggle while speaking. But today you struggle because you were trying to be quicker. That's what I'm telling you. Speak at your normal pace.
There is a very beautiful picture in front of me. Let me have a close look to the picture. By looking closely, I can see that several trends are emerging. I need to describe this image for 25 seconds. The title of the image is Sports Played by 8th grade student at Desert Mountain. There is a topical type of sports. There are some words written like soccer, baseball, basketball, softball. There's also something numbers are written zero.
This one is definitely those who have been there when you perform. They'll agree with me. This is quicker than what you are doing normally. So this is good. You don't need to be quicker than this.
Okay.
Okay, this pace is okay. Now make sure you don't struggle with those 3 4 words. In the whole of that response, if you're struggling 3 4 times, means you have taken 3 to 4 pauses, which will be a problem. Okay, so that will definitely affect your scores in a bad way. Okay, you want to try? Your name is Rena. Rena, have you been with us before? Is this your first day? First day. Yesterday was first day. And have you taken PT before? You haven't taken PT before, so it's okay. Okay, you'll learn everything slowly. Yeah. Let me start again a little slower. आप लोगों का रश क्विक स्लो में बीच में कोई चीज नहीं आती क्या? All good. Yeah, but don't rush. Okay, ये मुझे तो उल्टा पढ़ना है. but 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 good, you were fluent, but make sure it's not too quick. Too quick will have two problems. One will be clarity, and you'll definitely struggle because you'll be out of breath at some point. Okay, who else? You ready? Give it to Shiva.
Hello. There is a beautiful picture in front of me which I have to describe for the 25 seconds. Let me have a closer look. Having a closer look, I have seen several trends are emerging. Let's start with the title of the chart. Title shows real GDP versus tax rate. There's various numbers and colors are mentioned in the chart. Let's start with some numbers like minus 15 to 20 degree. And left side they have mentioned like 75 to 95 degree. And there is various years are mentioned like 1940 to 1950, and various words are mentioned like black line, real GDP growth rate. Various color and shapes are mentioned like red, blue, yellow, and green is my favorite color. I think my 25 seconds is up now. I'm going to add the next question. Thank you.
Clarity. Speech is not clear. Your pronunciation is not clear. Okay, work on that. Your fluency is good. You're not struggling while speaking, but the words are not clear. Say words.
Four.
You are struggling with so many different types of words. It's not clear. So what we can do is, because in describe image, luckily you don't have to do the right thing. Like you don't have to say the word. If you can't say word, don't say word. Say something else. Don't say it. I can say India, Pakistan, whatever is written there. Don't say the word. So we can avoid those words which we are not clear with. Okay. So prepare a speech which will have title, words, and numbers without saying those words which you are struggling. Okay. Anyone else? Any?
There is a beautiful picture in front of me. Let me have a close look at the picture. By looking closely, I can see that several trends are emerging. I need to describe this image for 25 seconds. Let me start with the heading first. The heading says sports played by 8th grade students at Desert Mountain. I can see some number as well, like 0, 2, 4, 6, and 12. Moreover, I can see some words like soccer, baseball, basketball, and no sport. Apart from this, I can see some colors as well, like red, blue, green,
Time is
yellow.
up, bache. You can't do that thing. Yeah, that simply means you are not ready for 90. And in speaking, we don't settle for anything less than 90. It's important to get 90 to get any score, 6, 7, or 8. Take that in mind. Okay, after this, we'll be starting with an essay. We got the instructions that today we have to do a full essay. So let me know which type we haven't done recently. Yeah, all good, time is up. Good. Um, when you say this 10, 20, 30, 40, say them very lightly. Don't say 10, 10, 10, 20, not 20, 20, 30, 40, right? You don't say 40, 30. That makes your pronunciation Punjabi. Okay? 10, 20, 30. It's 10, 20, 30. 15, 15, 15, 15, 16, 12, not 12, 12, 11, 11, 11. Quickly. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. But you don't have to say 19, 18, right? You don't have to force. I always tell you, if you can control t, d, and r, if most of us can control these three sounds, t, d, and r, because these are the three sounds we force on. Uh, Thursday. Don't say that r. Thursday. And Thursday. nahi. Thursday. Thursday. Forced. Forced. We don't have to say that d. We have to say, but we don't have to say. Forced. Asked. Forced. Asked. Past. We actually don't say that d sound. It's close to t, but we are pretending it is d. It is not d. But you don't start calling it t. Okay? You don't call it asked. Asked. You don't have to make it t, but it won't be d sound. Okay? Clear? Why you have to say r? Clear? Are you getting the point? Fortune. Fortune. To work on this t, d, and r sound, your sound will be more smoother. Okay, it will be more smooth. More smoother is a wrong expression. Do you know why? Thank you. Because more is comparative, smoother er is also comparative. And when you have a comparative word, you never add more with it. But those words which cannot be converted into er or est, with them we use more or most. For example, tall can be taller and can be tallest. You can't say he's more tall or more taller or whatever. But with beautiful, do we have beautifuler? We don't have. Because we don't have that beautifuler, but I want to compare between two buildings. This building is beautiful than this. I have to say more. And if I want to say the best of all, I will say most beautiful, the most beautiful. Clear? So we say it while speaking, we don't realize it, but while writing, you have to be very careful. You never in blanks. Okay? If you have more written, if you have already written more, more is already written, that simply means whatever will be here will never be. Okay? It has to be, it won't be comparative form, it can be any form. So with more, it has to be the normal form, base form. Same with the most. Okay. Hanji, which essay have we decided on? None. Yeah. We have done them all. Which one you want to revise? Problem solution? They're quite same. If you have understood the introduction, there's nothing left in body. The other two are actually more complicated. Okay, so everyone, should we do problem solution? Essay. try to understand this logic to prepare yourself for your essays. Writing in PT or in any English exam. Writing. So somebody who is checking your writing is checking what? You know this, right? Right? Your vocabulary, sentences. You'll say what is the difference between sentences and grammar. I'll just tell you. Obviously, that you are answering the question or not. In any exam, this will be the most important thing. Think of an IELTS exam. The question is asking you to write the advantages and disadvantages of decision making involving employees in decision making, and you wrote only one-sided essay. Okay, think of an IELTS exam. He'll read your introduction, he'll cross it out. Examiner will cross it out because you didn't answer the question. In PT will you have the same result? No. The reason it's a computer. So when you're dealing with PT, now this is important, but this is not the most important thing. Okay, this is important, this is not the most important. So what it tells you that when you are sitting in the exam, if you cannot think of a very good idea, it's okay. If you can't think of a very valid point related to that essay, it's okay. Write something easy, something which even you are not convinced with, but make sure you are following these three things. Are you getting the point? So here, because you'll have only 20 minutes, although we have already given you nearly 39 essays to go through, to read, and the chances are you'll be getting one of those essays only. At times it changed the question slightly. So don't be like, now what to do? Don't be scared. Just stick to the pattern that we'll be discussing, and write in simple, easy English. Don't think of something very difficult or high. So here, content is not the most important thing. Are we clear with this thing first? So read those essays again and again, and content is already there. But if you find something which you are not familiar with, don't panic. It's PT, anything close to that topic will do. Are we clear with that? Now, like in any language test, if you don't know your grammar, you cannot score. If you don't know your grammar, you cannot score in any language. Okay, so you can't escape from this. Vocabulary, the higher the better. Okay, the higher the range to say the same thing, because in essays we have to say the topic like 7-8 times, the topic itself. So every time if you are using the same language to say that topic, that will be a problem, because now you are letting the examiner know that you don't have vocabulary with you. You can't say the same thing in 4-5 different ways. So we must have range of vocabulary, but that's not a problem. You have essays written in front of you. They have the vocabulary already there. What you have to do is you have to read them. You have to read them again and again and again. So you will read essays for content and for vocabulary. Okay. Now sentences, when I say sentences, I actually mean sentence. Same as vocabulary, when they are looking for range, that how many different types of words can you use to say the same thing. In sentence structure also, they want to see in how many different ways can you write. So to say, obviously the content would be the same. If it's about in favor of social media, you'll be writing in favor of social media, the whole essay. But to say your thing, how many different types of sentences you are using. For these two, you have to follow the structure. Because in structure, we let you know, guys, this is, this is ing, this is this, and this is this. This is what you need to follow. So it controls your grammar to quite an extent. And with sentence structure, all those 11 sentences are structured in a different. Is it clear? Now, is the writing decoded? So what do you need to do? Further content and further vocabulary, you go to the essay link, you read them again and again, and you'll be fine. For grammar and sentence structure, you have to follow what we do in the class, and you have to make sure you know how to do it. If you are not sure, you just come and ask. You ask as many questions as you need to ask until you are satisfied. It's important. You need the score. Okay, I won't know where you are struggling. You know where you are struggling. Clear? So now let's go to this part. I told you this is your responsibility. I have nothing to do with it. Okay, so we'll only fix this part because we can't discuss all the 39 essays in the class. And if you read an essay, if you're finding it difficult to comprehend, to understand how the sentence is structured, because it is written by Sir, so many complicated structures are already used there. If you're finding it difficult to memorize that essay because you can't understand the sentence, what should you do? Hanji. What should I do, Garima? Discuss with the teacher. It's as simple as that. Make an appointment or try to talk to the teacher whenever you can or when the teacher is available. Problem solution is it. So what are we doing? We are doing sentence structure and grammar. Clear with this? Question is problem solution. We have 3 essays: problem solution, agree, disagree, and both sided. Problem solution is a very easy one. They ask you to discuss the problem and suggest some solution. Introduction, a very boring one. Introduction, sentence number 1, but we write it as one paragraph, so it doesn't matter sentence number 1, 2, or 3. One of the most conspicuous trends of today's world of the most conspicuous trends with S of, no in, nothing, although all of them are okay, but you won't use them because you are going to follow, right? Today is with apostrophe S, today's world is, and with problem solution life is more easy. Is a colossal upsurge in something. Now what is this something? This something is your. So if the question is asking you to discuss the problem of pollution, one of the most conspicuous trends of today's world is a colossal upsurge in pollution. Drug addiction. Okay. So in something, and sometimes we use another expression. In, after in we write in the amount of something, or in the, if it is countable, you can say in the, or in the number of somebody. Guys, make sure you know this or thing. It will be either in the number of something if it is thing, but if it's somebody, then you can say in the number of somebody something. This expression is also valid. Now let's say one of the most conspicuous trends of today's world is a colossal upsurge in the amount of drug addiction. In the amount of drug addiction. In drug addiction, in the amount of drug addiction all over the world, in the number of drug addicts. Colossal upsurge in the number of drug addicts. A colossal upsurge in the number of people getting addicted to. All the expressions are equally correct. So it's up to you which one you will go for. And in your essays, it's already written. You can just follow what is written there. You can just follow what is written there. Now, after this expression, after this, till this point, you have written, you can choose to write this, You can choose to write this, you can choose to write this, or you have 4 options. I've given you 4 options to write after in. Actually, I shouldn't have, but it's good to know. It'll be easy for you to understand those essays, right? So these are the 4 options. I'm just wiping them. So assuming you are using any of those options here, whatever your option is, you have used it here. After that, you can continue this sentence by saying, be it A or B, be it in A or one of the most conspicuous trends of today's world is a colossal upsurge in pollution, be it in developed countries or developing countries, be it in affluent nations or what is affluent? Rich, impoverished, poor. You can say be it in rich countries or poor countries, but if I know affluent and impoverished, I would rather use that instead of rich or poor. Right? All these the words, the language that I'm using, if you open, you would have received a message. There would be an essay link in that. If you'll open that, it's already there. Okay, so here the purpose is to understand how a sentence is structured. Something like this is written there already for you. Okay? So one of the most conspicuous trends of today's world is a colossal upsurge. Means colossal means upsurge means a huge increase in something. A colossal upsurge in pollution. You can say all over the world. You can not say all over the world. It's up to you. I'm telling you how to add words. How to add words, because you have to write between 200 to 300 and time would be only. So more fixed word means less thinking, and less thinking means quicker response, right? Then you put a comma and then you use an expression, be it A or B, or be it in A or. One of the most conspicuous trends of today's world is a colossal upsurge in the number of drug addicts, comma, be it young or old. Be it young or old. Now, do I have to say be it in young or in? Doesn't make sense. But when I talk about nations, now let's say one of the most conspicuous trends of today's world is a colossal upsurge in the number of drug addicts, be it in developed countries or clear. So when do we use in? When we are saying this problem is inside this thing. Okay, when usually for your essays it will be a country. For your essay, let's restrict it so that you don't get confused. When you say countries, you say in. Okay, for everything else we say A or be it expression is be it A or B. Okay. Now this is when we are saying the problem is everywhere, but if the problem is only restricted to a particular section of society, then we, instead of using be it, we say especially, in, among, any of the preposition. Now let's do it again. One of the most conspicuous trends of today's world is a colossal upsurge in the number of drug addicts. Especially, question is asking that drug addiction is on rise in the rich countries only. The question is telling you it's only in the rich countries. So it doesn't make sense when you say be it in rich or poor, because poor has not been mentioned there. So what we do here, one of the most conspicuous trends of today's world is a colossal upsurge in the number of drug addicts, especially in rich countries. We don't say rich because we know a better word, affluent, especially in affluent nations. Now the question is saying drug addiction is on rise amongst youth only, especially among. Clear? So you can use either be it expression or you can use especially. If the question is telling you this problem is only in this area, then we use especially. When the question is telling you problem is everywhere, we use be it. Whether we talk about this or that, the problem is present there. Clear? Can you write this sentence for the problem of loss in moral values? One is everywhere. One is everywhere, and in the second one, particularly amongst youth, there is a how to say this, lack of moral values. I was not getting the word. Lack of moral values. This another number 3 sentence. Anyone remember? Other than this, in my opinion, this situation can be remedied. There's another one. That one. Sevak, have you written it somewhere? Tell me. I will elaborate this problem with which arguments. ऐसे भी है ना? It continues. Say again. With pertinent arguments, and let me read it. And hmm, and suggest some potential to overcome this soaring concern. Sir, introduce this sentence in one of the essays, because I think because it's a problem solution essay, I think that one sounds better. Hmm. Because there are variations. When you'll go through these now, there are variations. All of them are okay. You just stick to one. For example, this one says this essay will present an overview of these factors and suggest potential solution, which means the same. I'll elaborate these factors and suggest potential solutions. This is the one I was after actually. That is also good, Sevak, which you have memorized, because there are 2-3 different types of sentences. They all mean the same. They all mean the same, but the way they are written, it's a slight change from one to another. That is also okay. So I want this one in this essay. I will present in this essay. This essay will present. Now, for those who have already memorized the previous one, you stick to that. You stick to that. You don't make changes. You don't have to. I'm telling you, they all are the same. This essay will present an overview of these factors I'm not writing that soaring concern because we use it in our essay 2 3 times. We use it in paragraph number 2, then we use it in the conclusion, so I'm avoiding writing here. Now, that example that I asked you guys to do, Govind, jaldi se. भूल गए? पीटी औखी हुई है, पीटी सारी याद कर रही है. Conspicuous. Conspi. सर मैं बोल रही. Conspicuous. 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 Break it up, okay? Conspicuous. Yeah, let's continue. तैਨੂੰ पता ही. Especially ਨਾਲ or ਕਦੋਂ ਲਾਉਣ ਲੱਗ ਗਿਆ? Why you are mixing both of them? Be it is A or B. Especially is especially. Especially doesn't have to be or. Especially means only in this. Only doesn't have or. Okay? Who else wants to try? Jaspreet. Jago.
The number of people forgetting
I told you to use be it and especially. Wide range is written already there. You don't have to do that. Would. Anyone else? Be it. I want be it. Be it. Yes, jaldi.
One of the most conspicuous trends of today's world is the colossal upsurge in loss of moral values,
Be it among
youngsters or
elders. Yeah. So are you getting that be it is only used when you are not, when they are saying it's everywhere, when they are saying it's everywhere. So when the problem is everywhere, only in that sense you will use be it. But when your question tells you, that this problem is happening only in this section, in that case you use only, especially, and especially doesn't use or. Be it A or B. When you say be it, always tell yourself be it A or B. Be it A or B. Be it A or B. That means whenever you say be it has to have A or and then B. Especially A. Especially A. Especially A. In A depends. In I have already told you it will depend upon the situation. Okay. Now, it's a continuation of the same introduction. The next two sentences would be, there are a wide range of factors that account for why this is happening. What is this? This refers to the problem, but you don't replace this. You just write this sentence as it is, no change whatsoever. Okay? And the last sentence for the introduction will be, this essay will present an overview. इसका phone बज रहा है, मैं confuse कर रही हूँ. This essay will present, the essay that I'm going to write now. This essay will present an overview of these factors. Why these factors? Because I've written factors here. And suggest potential solutions. Because usually you are asked about these two things. Now, what if they are not asking about the factors, the reasons? They are asking about the consequences. Do you see the difference between these two? Sometimes they ask you, what are the factors, which means the reasons responsible for this problem. Sometimes the question asks you, what are the effects or consequences of this. Do you see the difference? So when you talk about the problem of lack of moral values, what are the reasons? What are the reasons? And what are the consequences? Can they be the same? What is the reason for you to take PTE? To get desired score. And what is the consequence of getting desired score? Here. So the reason and consequence will always be different. So the reason for pollution is increase in number of vehicles, deforestation, industrial, lots of industries. What is the consequences of pollution? Consequences will be vehicles, deforestation? No. Consequences is environment problems, health problems. So these two are different words. So according to the question, you have to be careful. When they are asking about the factors, they are talking about the reasons. That why that problem is happening in the first place. But when they are talking about the effects, the consequences, they want you to discuss what is happening because of the problem. So first is why that problem is happening. Second is what is happening because of the problem. Okay, clear these two words? So in that sense, you'll say there are a wide range of consequences that account for why this is happening. Consequences is a result. Result cannot be accounted for. That result from. There are a number of consequences that result from. Know why? That result from this problem. Let me write it. This concern, this problem, this soaring concern, you can write any of that. And the second sentence would be, this essay will present an overview of these factors, these consequences. That's it. So because you are not going to discuss a factor, you will write here easy. Now when the question is asking you the reasons, the first sentence will, the first 1, 2 and 3. But when the question is asking you about the consequences of a problem, 1, 2 and 3. Clear? So because it is asking about the consequences, so it's better not to write the factor sentence, to write a consequences. रहने दो. I was about to say use present participle here, फिर मुझे वो समझाना पड़ेगा. Let's not do. Let me make my life easy. Are we okay with the introduction? So now, when you know that this is how I have to write a sentence, are you supposed to make mistakes? You are not supposed to, but you make mistakes. And that is the reason some people get very good scores in writing after joining us, and some people still struggle. Writing has been one of the assets of Imdad's PT, one of the strengths of Imdad's PT since he started teaching in Australia. And we find it really disappointing when a student of ours fails in writing. And the reason is lack of dedication on your part. When you know it is fixed, you just have to memorize and write it as it is. Why can't you practice something like for 10, 20 times? Is it a big deal? Guys, PT score is not PT score, it's your life. Please keep that in mind. Every single day, every single second, remind yourself. It is your life, your family, your future generations. Okay, it's not just an exam. It's no more that assignment which you can copy paste and do it at the last minute. We have done it so many times, right? It is not one of those things. You can't do it at the last minute. You have to be ready for it. So make sure you take it seriously and you follow the things that you need to do to get scored. Done with the introduction. Let's move on to number 2, para number 2. Go home, go through them. You have doubts, come back and ask. Tomorrow when we start the class, you say, ma'am, I have a doubt from yesterday's class. We'll clear it out. We will clear it out first and then move on with the class. Okay? But when you will have doubts, when you'll go and sit, exactly, which most of you don't do. You guys do everything to make our lives easy and your life hell. Okay? The longer you take to score in PT, you know the result could be really drastic. You never know when they're going to change what. Okay? We don't know what PT people are going to do, and on top of that, we don't know what immigration people are going to do. So your life is not in your hands if you're not taking it seriously. Hanji? किसी ने कुछ पेश किया पीछे? नहीं? अच्छा नहीं सी कैंसिल करता आइडिया ड्रॉप्ड. I have some family members who came here. It's the reason I feel so bad about some people who take it lightly. They came here in 2007. 2007. They're still not PR. We are like literally 2018. The reason? They didn't do the things that they're supposed to do at the right time. They were taking it PR आ गई 1.5 साल है ना. कोई नहीं स्पॉन्सर पालांगे. स्पॉन्सर पहले वाला मुकर गया 6 महीने बाद, दूसरे वाला 1.5 साल बाद है ना. तीसरे वाला चल रहा है और इमिग्रेशन को फाइल है, वीजा नहीं आ रहा. Still not PR. And I'm not talking about one family. I'm talking about 4 to 5 families that I know. Only I know. So if I can know 5 families, imagine all of us sitting here will have 5 such people who did not take the life seriously when they should have taken it and are still struggling. Do you want to be one of them? So let's not be one of them. Please. Same, this 2007 wale people needed only 6 each. But they were busy with other things. They were busy with making money, I think, maybe. But today they don't even have money. Time nahi hai. Exactly. They didn't set the priorities. Sir always tell you, leave your job even if you have to. Priority is PT. Priority is not money, guys. You can borrow it from your parents or from any source for that 1 month. You can survive. Or you can work a little extra and then stop working and sit for PT. So many students have done it. One time ago. हाँ. Chalo, it's their life. They are the ones who have to decide. But we people, we need to decide it in a different way, not their way. Okay? So let's make the things happen. And you know, life is not easy. We had somebody to I'm telling you to be serious about these things. These things doesn't आप लोग शायद उस time lightly लेते हो या somebody sitting next to you could do it, so you thought it's easy. If he can, so can I. Two students of ours, I met one the other day and the other one, they had a minor issue with the file because they filed on their own. I would rather not save those $500. They lodged their file on their own and there's a minor issue. And you know, with immigration, there is nothing like minor. You might think, you might think it this way, but they don't think it this way. And now, A teach, everything is there. So don't think A teach means A teach. Your life is target. Okay? So take every moment seriously. So be smart, follow the things that you need to do, and proper in with the proper channel. Okay? Two of them struggling still. And now it has to be offshore and this and that. All of them are struggling. ठीक है, so छोटे छोटे लेसन है, दूसरों से सीख लो अपनी गलती करने से पहले, because somebody else has done it, so let's learn from their mistakes. That's what the smart people do. Okay? And mainly people, they make a mistake first and then they learn. And आजकल जमाना मेहनत का कम है, smartness का ज़्यादा है. Sentence, para number 2. How many sentences? Only 10. सोच लो आप लोग, मैं यही हूँ, मैं कहाँ जाना. आपकी जॉब होगी, मेरी तो यही है जो भी है. How many? 3. Yes, thank you. Let's start with the first one. Joanna, the first one, please. I'll kill you. Steps to deal with. Because they said 3, so she's starting. अच्छा, 3 वाला तो तीसरा paragraph, वही शुरू कर लेते हैं. They are making a mistake. They are saying 3 sentences. It's not 3. It is 4. Number 1, fixed sentence. Number 4 is a fixed sentence. And your job is only 2 and 3. And that is also a part fixed. Right? Let's do the first one. There are a number of you can say consequences because we have already written consequences. You can write effects. Okay? Any of those words will. Now what? Easy way. Reasons for consequences of this soaring. This is one way to write it. If you're lazy, you can do it. Reasons for consequences of. Or we have two very good expressions. One is attributed to and second is contribute to. We have two very good expressions. Attribute to, contribute, the very rich expressions because not everybody uses it. Okay? So rich expression means if you use it, that enhances the level of your writing. Attribute to and contribute to, they are used in completely opposite way. Contribute to will have the reason first and will have the effect after. Attribute to will have the effect first and will have the reason after. I'll give you a very boring example. Hard work is the reason and success is the result. So hard work contributes to success. Let's swap the places. Success, attribute to hota nahi hai, you know it has to be passive, but we'll fix it later. Result, the middle part would be attribute to, not. Success, attribute to hota nahi hai, you know it has to be passive, but we'll fix it later. Result, the middle part would be attribute to, not. Result, the middle part would be attribute to, not. Result, the middle part would be attribute to, not. contribute. The only reason because I have put the result first. Success can be attributed to hard work. Smartphone contributes to improved communication. Effect कोई यहाँ लिखो. Improved communication can be attributed to smartphones. Okay. Deforestation contributes to pollution. Pollution can be attributed to deforestation. One more. Deforestation contributes to pollution. I want to write pollution here. So which means pollution is the reason. Here, what was the reason? Deforestation. And what was the result? But I want pollution to be the reason. Tell me a result of pollution. Health, climate change. So deforestation contributes to pollution and adverse climate changes can be attributed to pollution. Clear? Now, in this one, when you write the reasons here, this expression will remain fixed. This expression will remain fixed. Let's take the example of pollution only. When you talk about the reason of pollution, ये fix hai. This is going to be pollution because I have said this soaring concern. Whatever the problem in my essay I have mentioned, it is going to be the fixed. ये हो गया. कटना इथे. Look हो गया लेकिन देखना. Now, when you have reasons here, pollution here, it means this is the cause and this is the effect. But in the second, this one, consequences, I told you pollution will not change. This soaring concern will remain at this point only. Now, but here you have written the word consequences. The same example, guys. Deforestation leads to pollution. Pollution leads to climate change. So in both of these expressions, we can use in the reasons I can use contribute to. In the consequences, I will use attribute. Okay. So you can use for of, but it's not. I won't like it. Okay. Because we have a better option. Why not use it? दिखना तो है कुछ ना कुछ. So let's use a better option now. When you write reasons, you can say there are a number of reasons that contribute to this soaring concern. Or it can be there are a number of reasons contributing to, which is present participle. Those who are aware of this term that I'm using can use that. Now the second one is there are a number of consequences which are that both are interreplaceable. You can they are changeable. You can change that. Which can be attributed to this one. Look at the length of the sentence now. Length and the level of writing. Contribute to, attribute to will definitely fetch you more marks than that for and of. Now, any problem can be any. Do we change anything in this sentence? No. If the question is reasons, you use the first expression. There are a number of reasons that contribute to this soaring concern. If the question is asking about the consequences, you write there are a number of consequences which can be attributed to this soaring consent. No change whatsoever. As it is, you write the sentence, and a very rich sentence will that. All good? Now let's move on to number 2. Can I wipe this? Examples, have you noted it already? Sentence number 2. Now I've said a number of. Now the most important one, the most preponderant means the important, the conspicuous, the most obvious. Okay, preponderant means जो सबसे पहली प्रॉब्लम मैं डिस्कस करनी चाह रहा हूँ. The most preponderant one is that. Now whether you are writing reason or consequence, this sentence will not change. After that, not only but also, which I will discuss in a while, the last one is now, because we are discussing a problem, we have two versions of needless, positive and negative. But with the problem, it will always be negative. Always be negative. All these demerits or needless to say all these demerits, because whether it's reasons or consequences, it's going to be something bad. Okay, all these demerits have a far reaching impact. Far reaching impact is a term which we use. Although far reaching means it will have a long term effect, but in usually it is used in a negative sense. Will have a far reaching impact on something. If it is pollution, who will be affected? Everyone on planet earth, on flora and fauna, on one's health. If it is PT, who will be affected if they change PT tomorrow? Students. Yeah, international students. If they change anything with the, कल सारे आईफोन हैंग हो जाए, क्या करेंगे? हैं? करना है ना? नोकिया हैगा, सैमसंग है, जिदे कोले नहीं हैगा वो करनी. एक दिन पीछे कोई नहीं करूंगा, आप सारे टीटा पे शाम तक उन्होंने लिखा है अभी आजू, ठीक है दर्ज. Needless to say, all these demerits have a far-reaching impact on the communication. On the communication. So if something happens to your phones, what will be affected? Your communication. Okay. So anything which will be affected, that you will write it. Now let's come back to this not only but also. है? सब कुछ ही phone exactly true. I'm wiping this number 4 and number 2 guys. So last sentence is also fixed. You just have to write those two words. Now not only but also is, I'll spend a little more time on this because this sentence is in every essay type. In every essay type, in all the 3 essays you have this. Sentence number 2 is called not, 3 is called not only but also. It is written like this. Not only can somebody do something, but somebody can also do something useless. To write this sentence, you will write two fayda, two nuksan, two arguments in the same sentence. Don't write, okay? Just try to understand how it is designed. Something like this. Now look at these four sentences, guys. So in the first one, not only can somebody, not only can somebody, not only can something, not only can. I'm purposely using can, although you can use a lot of variations, but we stick to can because can fits 99% of the cases. So this is one thing that you have to understand. Not only can. Can is what? An auxiliary verb. Not only can somebody means the subject will be after can or any, will, should, whatever you want to put. So you can say not only can pollution, you can, if you think pollution will definitely do it, you can say not only will pollution. If you want to say not only should one karna chahiye, not only should one improve their writing, but they should also enhance their speaking scores to get 18. So this can be anything. I'm purposely keeping it the same so that you understand the logic here. The logic is immediately after not, you are using auxiliary verb, and after the auxiliary verb, you are using subject. So not only, immediately after not only will have an auxiliary verb, and after the auxiliary verb, you will have the main subject. And if you look at these sentences, somebody can, somebody can, it can, they can. In this part, it's a normal sentence. In but also part, it is normal. Right? If you look at this, we have can first and then somebody. If you look here, we have somebody first and then can. We have it first and then can. We have they first and then can. So that first part, that not only part, is called inverse. Why? Because we are using it in the opposite way. Normally we have the subject first, but in not only, we are not using it this way. So the first part is called inverse and second part is not. So when you write this sentence, this is the most important thing. Now, as soon as you write not only this way, when you start a sentence with not only, immediately after not only, no subject. Immediately after not only, auxiliary, helping verb first. Okay. Then one thing, comma. Now you start the second by writing but, and in second part, it's a normal sentence. It's a normal sentence with a small minor change that your sentence will have but and also as well. So whatever you write, this subject and can will be between but and. So three things to keep in mind in this not only. What are those three things? Nahat bolo jaldi. इतने कॉम्प्लिकेटेड बताओ तो भूल जाएंगे. Easy. Easy. Not only part, inverse, but also part, no inverse. But the subject and auxiliary will be between but and. If you remember these three things while writing that not only, your not only will be correct. First part, inverse. Not only water can. बस ठीक है मुद्दे दी गल ही छाड़ती. I said water can. So first rule you check inverse. Not only water can, and you are like, no, this is not inverse. Let's change it. Not only can water do something, comma, but no inverse, but water can. So between but and also, but water can also, and the rest of the story. Not only can water keep us hydrated, but it can also improve our metabolism. So when you're using the same subject in the second part, we don't repeat the subject, we use a pronoun in place of that. To avoid repetition, we use pronoun. Not only can exercise make us physically fit, not only can exercise, inverse, but it can. Why? Because no inverse and between but and also. But it can also keep us mentally fresh. not only can students hota to nahi, I was about to say concession, but we don't get it here, na? We don't get any concession, na? International students don't get any concession. Okay. Not only can students struggle to adjust to the new environment, international students. Not only can international students struggle to adjust to the new environment, but they can also find it difficult to uh, stabilize themselves financially. But they can also find it difficult to help themselves financially. Not only can not only can Boxing Day be a waste of time, but also नहीं, but it can also. बताओ दूसरी चीज, because they play with your psyche. There's no sale. Did you guys go yesterday? Are you sure? अच्छा आप तो क्लास लगा रहे थे ना कल. ओहो. Good use of time rather than wasting it there. Not only can people get carried away with the banner, with the advertisement of sale, but they can also spend more than what they planned to. Okay. Not only can one enjoy themselves with a holiday break, but they can also come back rejuvenated or feeling refreshed. Anything can be written using not only, but also either both of them will be positive or both of them will be negative. Okay, clear with not only but also? This sentence is there in all the three essays. That's why we spend more time on this one. So that, and you know this, it's important to get it right. If you get it right, you get good marks. Okay, and why would you make a mistake in this one when we do it like every time we do essay in the class? Can you write a very easy example on pen? ਜੇ ਡਿਫਿਕਲਟ ਦੇ ਦੋ ਤਾਂ ਮੇਰੇ ਮੂੰਹ ਵੱਲ ਦੇਖਦੇ, ਸੌਖਾ ਦੇ ਦੋ ਤਾਂ ਮੇਰੇ ਮੂੰਹ ਵੱਲ ਦੇਖਦੇ. ਹੁਣ ਮੈਂ ਦੱਸੂਗੀ ਆਪਣਾ ਆਪਣਾ ਪੈਨ, ਆਪਣੇ ਪੈਨ ਤੇ ਬਣਾਉਣਾ, ਮੇਰੇ ਵਾਲੇ ਤੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਬਣਾਉਣਾ. I saw that in Tiger Zinda hai that Katrina used. अब तक I haven't watched that. I want to watch that. अब तक. ਵਧੀਆ मूवी है. ठीक है. You know there was a case. I don't know whether, although it is there in a movie as well, but it was actually a real case. Somebody killed somebody and they couldn't. They found him, but they couldn't find the weapon. You know, law has some flaws. They need to find the weapon as well, and something like now it's better than before. But the earlier motive bhi hona chahiye, weapon bhi hona chahiye. So they had these flaws in the law. They couldn't find the weapon because there was no weapon involved. क्या हुआ होगा? गला घुट के मरा होगा. But there was a stab wound. Ice. It's later it came in a movie, but it's a real thing. किसी ने दिमाग लगाया देखो. Ice with the pointed thing. Ice melted. There was no weapon left. Give me the example. Pen. बन गई गल? लगदा. Sure. Yeah.
Not only can faster pen help to enhance social status, but also it can give.
जुत्ती लाओ.
But it
पढ़ो भी फिर वही ना जो लिखा है.
but it can also give a satisfaction.
है तो झूठा ही, पर चलो जाली जैसे नहीं. हाँ जी. Anyone else? Pen. सुबीर पेन की बोल के दस दो. Not only can pen But pen, second time avoid writing pen, you write it. Okay. Jana, give me a sentence, please. Yeah, on pen. ठीक है. चल जसप्रीत तू भी किल बिल पूरा कर ही दे. मुकर गया. It can also help in taking revenge. Number 2. Yeah, you can take a revenge. You can write something in school. And para number 3. First sentence, fixed sentence, guys. Guys, these are the options, okay? You don't write them all. You don't write them all. What you must write is number 1 and number 5. You must write this and you must write this. And it will be the first sentence and it will be the last sentence. In between, if you don't want to write anything, your wish. Okay? You can write 1, 2, and 5. You can write 1, 2, 3, and 5. You can write 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. But trust me, you won't have time to do all. Okay? I'm writing them all because you'll see many variations in those essays. The best one would be write 1, 2, and maybe 3, and then go to number 5. If you're running short of time, even if you write 1 and 5, it's good. And if you write only 1 and 5, it's all good. Okay? Because they are two good, complete sentences. Now, one important thing about number 5. Number 5 uses only when. This is also like not only an inverse structure. So not we can. It is can we. It is can we. So only when convergent means all together. When everyone comes together, that is convergent. Only when convergent efforts from all sectors, mean every side, be it government, individual, or organizations, from all sectors are ensured. Ensured means when it is sure that everyone is participating, can we? Why can we? Because only when is an inverse. Sorry. Can we expect to see a considerable progress in overcoming this soaring concern? You write this sentence as it is. So I'm telling you, if you're running short of time, if your word limit is already 200 plus, if your word limit is already, you can write 1 and 5 as well. Okay? If it is not 200 plus, then you have to be smart. You have to copy paste to make sure it is 201. All good? Let's go to the last paragraph. Any question about this one? One more time. These are the variations. You must have 1 and 5. Rana, you can write 1, 2 and 5. If you have more to write, you can write 1, 2, 3 and 5. Or if you have some more, you can write 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. If you are running short of time and your word limit is okay, you can even do with 1 and, but preferably 1, 2 and conclude. Sorry, one more thing about para number 3. You can it is a fixed expression. You can even use the sentences written by sir. The first one, government will do this. The second one, organizations will do this. And the third one is awareness program. In every problem, those 3 sentences will fit. So you can write those 3 sentences every time. So make sure you memorize the para number 3. Let's tell you. Mm. No, it's firstly besides. Where is that essay? Essay number 4. Yeah. It says steps to deal with this problem and many, but the most significant versions are in fact not remote or complicated, but accessible and practicable. Then primarily the government should introduce stringent rules and regulations to ensure that factories and manufacturers use eco-friendly measures. Primarily the government should introduce stringent laws and regulations to curb this problem. Don't even say anything. Secondly, besides, the international organizations can raise funds and thus help underprivileged nations to fight off. Don't use pollution, use the name of the problem, drug addiction, whatever, but the rest of the sentence can remain the same. Last but not least, an awareness program to educate people of the harmful effects of the pollution. नहीं लिखेंगे, harmful effects of whatever your problem is can be. I love this paragraph. I always tell my students that memorize them as it is. You can write them as this third paragraph can be written as it is in any problem. Okay. So go to essay 4 when you go home and then just go with it. Hanji, that last conclusion quickly. Sevak bolo jaldi. There's another one. Can be remedied provided वो वाला. To do that one. हाँ, that one. बोलो करम. Conclusion, guys. Copy it. This nothing to understand. Just copy it. Okay. In view of the
that the problem of can be successfully addressed. Why did that aforementioned just
Avenue. शायद इधर मैं बात next फिर कैसे करूँ? So I did that.
aforementioned measures are taken.
To conclude, dealing with the problem of dash is one of the most prevalent problem that faces every. Hmm, it's dire.
The potential impact of phenomena are indeed too dire.
The potential impacts of. Let's make it easy. Copy it quickly. We'll do that one more. Do remind me, okay? Oh, mic मैंने कब बंद किया? Maybe just now. Anyways, so we are doing summaries 31 to 38. 31 to 38. So those who don't have, those who are new, please open this link. It's FRVS number 8 and it's C or G? Now, I'm setting the timer. You will have 8 minutes for each summary. Okay? Let's make it 7. 7 minutes per summary. You read it. I want to hear your voice. You write it. You do whatever you need to do for those 7 minutes. You should not be sitting idle. I'm starting the timer for the first summary. Cocoa beans, guys. Reading, it has to be allowed. If you're reading, it has to be allowed. I should be able to hear you guys. I've told you mumbling doesn't help you to memorize. Where is the signing sheet? Signing sheet, guys. Guys, the best way is to write and memorize, okay? You know that. I want to see your notes in the notebook. If I come and I don't see it, you'll be staying here the whole day, okay? Last minute for this one. Okay, everyone, let's move to number 32. I know some of you will fail ke yaad nahi hua, but we'll go through them all at least. Okay? Go through them all. Now, number 2, I'm setting the timer again. Read, write. Read aloud. I can't hear you guys. It has to be read aloud and write. Time starts now. Last minute for 32 guys. Okay, everyone, time up for this one. So let's move on to number 33. Monkey, computer software, typing, and monkey hearing. One more time, read aloud and write. Okay, this is very important that you write it because by reading you can't memorize. Just write while memorizing. Time starts now. Guys, read aloud means I should be able to hear you guys. I should be able to hear you guys. Be loud, nobody will complain. Last minute, guys. All right, time is up for this one. Let's move on to the next one. Next one is ATM machines, and those who are new, guys, word count is also important. You should know how many words, because you have to write only those many words in the exam. So if it's 69, it should be 69 when you write. Number 34, guys, time starts now. 2 minutes left for this one. Last minute. Okay, guys, time is up for this one. Let's move on to the next one. The next one is British Museum number 35. Okay, 7 minutes. Now write and read aloud. Time starts now. Half time gone. Last minute, everyone. Okay, guys, the time is up for this one. Now the next one is 36 is link में क्या है? Okay, fiction and non-fiction. So, because we revised them last week only, we did them on Friday. Yeah, these last three. So you have 4 minutes each. I'll tell you when 4 minutes is up so that you can move on to the next one. Okay. So you have 4 minutes because we did them on Friday only. Okay. Those who are new, they are just starting. They know that they have to memorize. So when you'll go home, you do them again. Okay, don't rely on this half an hour memorizing. Okay, 4 minutes now. 2 minutes left. Okay, guys, for this one, time is up. Now let's move on to the next one, which is primary colors. Your 4 minutes starts now. We're doing first session. You stay outside. Okay, guys, time is up for this one. The last one, fossil fuels. Everyone, 4 minutes. Last minute, everyone. Okay, everyone, let's stop here. We finish it here. Now, one thing that I want to tell you now, because you have gone through them all today, so when you go home, make sure you spend an hour or two on these 8 summaries. This is the only way to memorize, and we know that this is the only way to succeed, right? So, these 8 summaries, so make sure by the end of today, you are done with them. At least these 8 summaries, okay? Because we do them again and again. So, it's not that you're doing it for the first time, but because you're doing it today, so I want you to go home, revise them again. At least write them 2-3 times so that you're 100% sure about these ones. Okay, so we finish this session here. You are most welcome to leave. Everyone settle down quickly. हालचाल बाद में पूछना, पहले बैठ जाओ. Okay, everyone, quickly open the Facebook page.
Have you ever thought why others are doing better than you and you're lagging behind again and again? Read on. How you spend your time today is what will determine your position tomorrow, inshallah. If you're poor, miserable, and unsuccessful today, it is not because you're unfortunate or others are just fortunate. You are what you are because this is what you wanted to become yesterday, a week or a month or a year ago. You never had any aim, you never made a set of strategies to pursue your aim as you didn't have any aim. You never corrected your mistakes, you rather overlooked them in the excuse that these were all small mistakes which had little to do with success. You were very wrong. Now, when you look at your friends who are happy and successful today, you feel extremely indignant. However, you console yourself saying that they just got lucky. What you don't know about them is them, first of all, they had goals in their lives, both short term and long term, in different stages. Second, they had an excellent routine to follow no matter how difficult it was. Last but not least, they didn't stop at every obstacle they were confronted with. They kept improving, learning from their mistakes. In other words, they are who they are only because, unlike you, they were not pleased with their status, position, and performance yesterday, a week, or a month, or a year ago. They did everything possible to improve themselves, to stop making the same mistakes, to sacrifice those early morning sleeps and countless other habits, only to see a better future tomorrow. This is why they are who they are and you are who you are. The sooner you realize this fact, the better it is for you. And once you have realized this, don't delay a second. Take a notebook, write your aims, both short term and long term, then prepare a proper routine that will help you achieve these aims. Don't make your routine a boring one or an unrealistic one. If necessary, consult someone who you think can help you make your routine. When you're all set, start following your routine. Inshallah, with every passing day, you'll find yourself much closer to your goals and experience a sweet feeling. If you don't believe me, follow as I say for at least 24 hours. When you have that sweet addictive feeling, you will know that you're on the right track. So the lesson is, decide where you want to see yourself 1 week, 1 month, or 1 year from now, and act accordingly, as it's nothing but your actions now which will decide where you will be 1 week, 1 month, or 1 year from now, inshallah. Right? So you need to, it is high time you should prepare a plan what you would be doing. A motivating one. Success number 2673 is Tarun, who has scored 88, 89, 90, and 80 in his test held on 22nd December. Another successful Imdadian is 2672 Atinder, who has scored 86, 80, 90, and 90. Then there is another post, a good one, which says that we have got already 74 students who have scored 8 each in December so far. So what was Sir's target? Two more, 76. Two more updated. It was yesterday's. So how many more to go? Only 4. Okay. So we are doing your favorite thing today, essay. How many words? Out of which you would be writing approximately 210. Don't bother yourself writing more than 210 because there will be more chances of doing grammatical errors. Stick to 210. And the time given is, that is your independent time. So don't try to save it by feeling like you will be able to get more time in the next question, right? That is your individual independent 20 minutes. डर लगता है. Introduction. Problem solution. Problem solution. Everyone? No. Seriously? Okay, so we will do. Yeah. हाँ जी. We have done that recently. Now we will cover that one as well. You know, we do it every week, so we will. Conflict. Don't worry, all are okay. Okay, we will start with agree, disagree for today. Decided finally. How many paragraphs in total do we write in our essays? Which four? Name them. Yep. Introduction and then the conclusion. So what you can do, write the introduction and then quickly type the conclusion by pressing enter twice, right? Let's quickly start with the introduction. Ma'am, sorry, this, sorry, mashallah. One of the most conspicuous trends of today's world is whosoever has written, try to write them again and again. You know, when you practice the structure, it becomes very easy for you to write just two sentences during your exam. If in your exam you have to think about what I would be writing next, what I would be writing then, you know, the structure, it obviously takes 2 to 4 minutes just to revise, you know. It happens most of the times. Even if you feel like you know the structure, you forget all of a sudden under exam pressure. So it's always good idea when we write here, when we practice once in a week here, you always write the entire structure and try to form your own simple sentences so that you can get a good knowledge about the structure. One of the most conspicuous trends of today's world is very important trends. Don't forget to put S. One of my friends is a doctor. That means out of many friends, one of my friend is a doctor. So that's why you're using the word trends here instead of trend. One of the most conspicuous trends of today's world. I mean, there are many problems, there are many scenarios, there are many trends going on. Out of them, the most important, the most conspicuous one is the one which we are going to discuss today. All good? So there are three ways of writing it. The number one is 2 plus, who is verb plus ing? 2 plus first form of the verb. 2 plus first form of the word. I'll write it a big bold. 2 plus first form of the word like do, right? Example is one of the most conspicuous trends of today's world is to 2 plus verbs first form. One of the most conspicuous trends of today's world is to do something. Speak up. Karam. One of the most conspicuous trends of today's world is any example with 2 plus first form of the verb. To use of. To use technology. The idea is writing the first form of the word with to. I'll give you an example. PTE preparation, right? Or PTE exam. One of the most conspicuous trends of today's world is to practice PTE. Very simple. The idea is always to use to plus first form of the verb. The second option is verb plus ing. One of the most conspicuous trends of today's world is giving PTE, practicing PTE. What else? Indulging in dangerous sports, looking for something. Verb will be having your ing along with, right? First option is to plus first form of the word. To indulge in dangerous sports. One of the most conspicuous trends of today's world is to indulge in adventurous sports. One of the most conspicuous trends of today's world is indulging in adventurous sports and activities. Got the idea? So either way, if either you will be writing to plus indulge or indulging. Don't mix and match. Third option is noun phrase, which you usually use in your problem solution type, right? One of the most conspicuous trends of today's world is a colossal upsurge either directly in something which is uncountable like pollution, right? One of the most conspicuous trends of today's world is a colossal upsurge in pollution, in the amount of pollution, in the rate of pollution, something which is uncountable. Or the other way is, if something is countable, you can always write it in a safer way. One of the most conspicuous trends of today's world is to see people, or the number of people indulging in something, the number of people doing something, the number of people, right? So if it is something uncountable, you can directly write the amount of pollution. Colossal upsurge in the amount of pollution, colossal upsurge in the cases of xenophobia, right? And if it is countable, you would be writing in the number of people doing something, whatever the topic is. Got the idea? Now, the very easy and common topic is early marriage. I want all of you to write 3 sentences using all the 3 structures. Early marriage or getting married at an early age, right? Quickly make 3 sentences. Is there anyone who is doing it for the first time today? You doing it for the first time. No worries. Done? Karam. Sentence number 1, using to plus first form of the verb. One of the most conspicuous trends of today's world is to get married, ed. To get married at an early age. Very good. Your name, please. Sharon. Sentence number 2, using verb plus ing. One of the most conspicuous trends of today's world is excellent. Getting married at an early age. So what is get? Get is a verb. Either you can write to plus get or getting, right? Third one. Who would like to try? Noun phrase. Your name, please. Manpreet. Sentence number 3. One of the most conspicuous trends of today's world is, thank you. Who would like to try? Quickly. Very easy. Karam.
One of the most conspicuous
Conspicuous.
trend of a colossal upsurge in the number of people getting married.
The idea is very simple. If you don't know anything, always write the number of people getting married at an early age. The number of people. That's a phrase, right? If you feel like you don't know to directly put it in, always write colossal upsurge in the number of people doing something. In this case, a colossal upsurge in the number of people getting married at an early age. Got the idea? Okay. Now you would be making the sentence with cases of xenophobia. You know what xenophobia is? Racism, right? The amount of racism which is in discriminating people from other nations or society on the basis of whatever, color, caste, creed, whatever. So racism, that is xenophobia, and that is there in your essays as well. So make 3 sentences with the example of amount or rate of xenophobia in developed nations. Make 3 sentences. If you don't ever get anything in the form of verb, the good idea is always to see. To see. Amounts of xenophobia going up, or rising. To see the amount of or rate of xenophobia rising in developed nations. Why I have given this topic? So that you should know what you should do if you are blank in the exam. Now you don't know what to write for in case of xenophobia, and what if you get this in your exam? The good option is to use what verb? To see. To see the rate of xenophobia going up in both developed as well as developing nations. Got the idea? What about sentence number 2? Verb plus ing. Got the idea? Colossal upsurge. Last one. Good morning. Alarm. Is a colossal upsurge. One of the most conspicuous trends of today's world is a colossal upsurge in the amount or the rate of xenophobia cases in developed nations. All good? Yes, you have to. You are not going to write all 3 options. You can choose the one which you are comfortable in, right? We give you all 3 options so that you don't do any grammatical errors. Whatever option you will be choosing, just stick to it and revise or practice all your essays using that. Some people are comfortable, making sentences by using to plus first form of the verb. Others may be comfortable with simply using ing. And this is the best option, increases your word limit, and it's always, you can write the number of people doing something. A colossal upsurge means a huge increase, massive increase in something. What does a colossal upsurge mean? Huge increase. Huge increase in something. So that's a safer option. Otherwise, these are always simple and best options you can choose. So you have to do either of the 3. So may I need, you have to. Got it? Anyone is having any problem with the introduction? Yes, please.
One of the most conspicuous trends of today's world is social trust in number of amount time.
Number of already एक phrase है, the number of means number of people doing something. That is like the number of people who are performing is 8. That is already a phrase. Number of people. Countable. Amount is uncountable. Either you would be writing amount in the amount of something or the number of people. I've told you when I explained you a colossal upsurge, either you can directly write something which is countable. You can directly write a colossal upsurge in the number of people performing dangerous sports or indulging in dangerous sports and activities. If there is something like pollution, you can't write in the number of people pollution. You can't write it because it is pollution or xenophobia. So in that case, which is uncountable, you would be writing one of the most conspicuous trends of today's world is a colossal upsurge in the amount of pollution or directly in the pollution. That is also correct. Make sense? Either it is uncountable or it is countable. 2 things. If something you can easily count, you can write the number of people doing something. If it is not countable, you can directly write in the amount of pollution, in the rate of xenophobia, or you can directly write the topic itself. Colossal upsurge in pollution. That is also correct. Absolutely correct. Makes grammatical sense, right? Colossal upsurge in pollution. Got it? Any more doubts? Anyone? You're always, it's always good to ask, when you're sitting here, don't ever get scared like why we are asking again and again. Like I've given you xenophobia, you all stuck what to write in sentence number 1, right? Two ke saath kya lagana, everyone was like this, and this will waste your 2 minutes in your exam, which is very 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 trusting. To C, if you don't have any option what verb to use, always use to C. That is the safest option. To see someone doing something, to see directly the topic. Got it? Okay. After this, now pay attention over here. Whenever we write sentence number 2 in introduction, this is sentence number 2 in your introduction. It is always the fixed. The sentence is, there is a widespread worry that this would only lead to a myriad of concerns in something. Now, this is sentence number 2 in your introduction, which is fixed for all the agree disagree question types, right? Now, this is always a general opinion. This sentence is always general opinion, which will always be negative. Regardless of what the topic is, this is a general opinion which will always stay negative in all your essays. There is a widespread worry, that means there is a far reaching worry that this would only lead to a myriad, that means many, concerns in something. इससे सिर्फ प्रॉब्लम्स ही प्रॉब्लम्स होने वाली हैं. Got the idea? This is always negative. There is a widespread, there is a huge worry that this would only lead to a myriad means many, huge, concerns in something. Take any topic, early marriage, right? We have taken. Getting married at an early age is, whether it's a good idea or not a good idea, doesn't matter. The topic is getting married at an early age. You always introduce your topic. One of the most conspicuous trends of today's world is getting married at an early age. Got it? Simply introduce the topic. The second sentence will always remain negative. In all the 37 essays which you have got in your link, the second sentence in agree disagree would be negative. That means general opinion. We will always say that people say that this will only lead to a myriad of concerns in something. Getting married at an early age would only lead to myriad of concerns in young couples' life. Right? Now comes is your opinion. Now comes is your opinion. In my opinion, there are always two options. Now, either you will go by the public or you will go against the public. दो ही options है. Either you will be in favor of what public is saying or you will be against them. In those two scenarios, in my opinion, comma, what's the line? Complete line. Only one student in the class. And you said that we have been doing it quite regularly. In my opinion, this apprehension means this statement, this fact. This apprehension is an First write, then I will explain. ये जो क्लास में यौन कर रहे हैं ना, सोकर आया करो प्लीज। चाय और कॉफी का बंदोबस्त है जागने के लिए। ये दो सेंटेंस हम सबको पता है, बट व्हेन टू यूज व्हेन, दैट इज अ प्रॉब्लम, राइट? और नहीं, समटाइम्स, मोस्ट ऑफ द टाइम्स। In my opinion, this apprehension is warranted, means the statement which is mentioned here, I agree with this, that it is warranted and it merits serious consideration. Something quickly needs to be done to address the problem, right? Or you will say that I don't agree. In my opinion, this apprehension is unwarranted and so should be rejected. Don't pay attention to it. I don't think that it should be justified, it should be warranted. That means unwarranted. Now, one simple thing I have told every one of you, that this will always be a general opinion which will be negative. That people say that this is wrong. Whatever the topic is, people say that this is wrong. Now, if you also feel like what people are saying is okay, then what you will say? This apprehension is warranted. That means you go with the public, right? You will say whatever they are saying is absolutely correct, it's justified, so it merits serious considerations. We should take serious steps in order to address or overcome this problem. एक ही ऑप्शन हो सकती है कि हमें वो सही लग रहे हैं. The other side of the coin could be, we are saying whatever these people are saying, it is unwarranted, unjustified. You do not agree with this and so should be rejected. They are negative. If you are also negative, that means you are saying, yes, this is a problem. This is negative. If you don't agree, that means you are positive. You are saying you don't need to bother. It should be rejected. Make sense? Anyone has any doubts? From the face of you, I can say you have doubts. Yes. समझ में आया आपको? Any doubts? Shall I repeat it once again? Yes. डरा मत करो प्लीज यहाँ पे ना. We all are students. We are in the arts students. Happens with everyone. Don't ever get scared of asking. हमने first sentence हमेशा क्या लिखा? One of the most conspicuous trends of today's world is getting married at an early age. We have simply introduced the topic. The topic was something, getting married at an early age is being seen in developed nations quite normally these days. What is your opinion? Do you agree or disagree? Say this is your question. Now you have received a question. First thing I have to do is always introduce the topic. 3 ways I have told you how to introduce the topic. Either 2 plus verbs first form, or ing, or closal upsearch, noun phrase. Now you have introduced the topic. Let's take a very simple example, the same one. One of the most conspicuous trends of today's world is getting married at an early age. Done? Then comes your sentence number 2. Now always sentence number 2 in your agree disagree is, there is a widespread worry, what? That early marriage will lead to some problems. There is a widespread worry that this would only lead to a myriad of concerns in young couples' life. That something is young couples' life. They might fight, they won't have intimacy, they are young, they don't know how to cope up with the problems their married life will entail. So these could be the many problems. So we have got a fixed opinion, general opinion of the public, that it will be always negative. Now it is your turn to decide. If you go by the public, that means if you feel like this opinion which general public is having, which is negative. If you agree by it, you will say yes, it is justified. What they are saying, it is warranted and merit serious consideration. Some good steps, measures should definitely be taken to overcome this problem. On the other hand, if you don't agree what people is saying, log कह रहे हैं ये चीज गलत है, but you are saying no, this is not wrong, then you would be saying this apprehension is not justified, unjustified, unwarranted, and so should be rejected. Is it clear now? Same example. There is a widespread worry that this would only lead to a myriad of concerns in young people's life, young couples' life, or their insecure future. In my opinion, if you agree what they are saying, this apprehension is warranted and merits serious consideration. Now, if you feel like getting married at an early age is not a problem, everyone can manage that, then you would be saying, in my opinion, this apprehension is unwarranted and so should be rejected. Again, these lines are fixed, but it is you who have to decide. For your betterment, Mandeepam, she always advised that you all this one is fixed, it will be negative. You always have this one fixed. You always go by the public. In any of your essays, you always write that this apprehension is warranted and merits serious consideration. Because either ways, you have to write your opinion, right? So it doesn't matter if you are right. You won't be getting more marks if you would be disagreeing with them or if you would be agreeing with them. You will get marks for your grammar, your correct structure. It is just like in case you don't get an idea how to write an exam or you get confused with these two lines, you can always get one opinion fixed. That second line is always negative, so I will always go with the public, not against the public, right? Any doubts? Still any doubts? All good? Sure? We will be going to this, obviously. Yes, that we will like cover pretty soon. Intro is clear, everyone? Still any doubts? You can ask as many times as you like. Clear? So, no doubts. One, ready for a question? Is getting married at a marriage? I've already asked. Yeah, you can ask it. It's done. I was explaining again for the second time so that जिनकी डरी शक्ल जी जी बिल्कुल देखो ए नेगेटिव है जो तुसी भी नेगेटिव मैच कर रहे हैं ना तो फर्स्ट लिखना है obviously if this is negative if you don't agree obviously then it will be positive नेगेटिव के लिए वांटेड पॉजिटिव के लिए अनवांटेड नेगेटिव वारंटेड पॉजिटिव अनवांटेड अमर नेगेटिव नेगेटिव के लिए कौन सा वर्ड है पॉजिटिव के लिए लर्निंग का सेकंड लैंग्वेज conspicuous strengths in the amount of learning second language, in the number of people learning a second language. That's it. Yeah. One of the most conspicuous trends of today's world is a colossal upsurge in the number of people learning a second language. Second sentence, Pooja. There is, that will be a second sentence. There is worry that to a myriad of concerns. So people are saying that learning a second language will have drawbacks, will have negative effects. Okay. Now, Pooja, do you think learning a second language has drawbacks or it has positive side?
positive side. So you agree with the benefits of the topic. Now tell me, in my opinion, apprehension, easy, easy, right? One more. Um, should people drink and drive? Should people drink and drive, Kulvinder? No. Should people only drink and not drive? Yes. Should people not drink and just drive? Batao, your name is? Palvinder. Should people not drink and just drive? Yeah. Okay, Palvinder, बताओ मुझे, should people drink and drive? No. So मुझे just tell me the third sentence. In my opinion, is okay. The topic will be one of the most conspicuous trends. है आप कैसे change कर दे? You can't change now. One of the most conspicuous. अब तो पूरा बोल के रहेंगे. One of the most conspicuous trends of today's world is a colossal upsurge in the number of people getting drunk and driving. There is a widespread worry that this will only lead to a myriad of concerns. So you think it has negative side, right? Okay. Your name is Namrata. Tell me the last sentence. In my opinion, this apprehension is warranted and merits serious consideration. Guys, I've checked essays. When you write, in my opinion, this apprehension is unwarranted and so should be rejected. And so means as an obvious consequence, as a result, the consequence. So don't just write and should be rejected, write and so should be rejected. Okay? You have to cram these fixed sentences. These are the fixed sentences. Okay? And write as many introductions as you can for each essay type. एक copy बना लो. Write all the introductions for all the essay types. Because mostly in the introduction, introduction in the second paragraph are the areas where mostly children or students make, not children, but students make mistakes. Okay, Swaran, सारी introduction ready है? No. Karo ready. Right? Done? Let's move. Second paragraph. So this is your introduction, which you will write as a paragraph or 1 to 3 as a paragraph. We write 1 to 3 just for explanation purpose. So how many sentences in paragraph number 2? 3. Who said 3? No, who said 3? You said 3. Is this a first class or second class, dear? Second. पहले कौन सा ऐसे किया था? Which essay did you do first? In your first class? Problem solution. Did you write one essay on that? दिख रहा है. In second paragraph, we always write 4 sentences. I forgot your name. Hawk. Can you tell me the first sentence? There's a number of, no. There are, earlier we used to write myriad, but now because we write myriad, the word myriad in the introduction, here we write number to show some vocabulary range, right? So there are a number of arguments in favor of my stance. Amar, what is my stance? My stance is my opinion, which I have given in the introduction part. Okay, so whether you write the benefits, or negatives or drawbacks, this is the first sentence which you have to write in the second paragraph, which means there are, what's the meaning of the sentence? There are many arguments for my opinion. There are many supporting arguments for my opinion. Done, fixed. Okay. Second one, what's the keyword? Who said preposterous? कौन है? Who said preposterous? No one is raising hand. Preponderant. Tell me, what's the sentence? The most preposterous one is that. The most preponderant one is that. Now, in the beginning, I said I have many arguments for my opinion. Now, I will state the most important argument is that. That means now I'll be explaining, now I'll be giving my argument why I believe so. So, you think that people should not drink and drive. Why? Why you think so? It can lead to fatal accidents. Okay. So, here you will write the most preponderant one is that drunk driving can lead to serious consequences resulting in death. Right? What else? What are the other arguments? It's a breach of law. Yes. So the most preponderant one is that uh, getting drunk and driving is against the law of the is against the law of the land or care. That's it. Argument is done. So meaning after writing this fixed sentence, after writing this fixed phrase, you have to write a full sentence explaining your argument. Should people buy branded clothes? Girls? Yes. Your argument? Fauzan said yes. Fauzan, why? What's the argument? To stay. अच्छा लड़की के मतलब दिमाग से to stay up to date. Not about that it's more क्या बोलते हैं, it's more comfortable, it's durable. No, it's क्या बोला Fauzan, what did you say? To stay fashionable, to be in vogue, right? So anyway, computer will not deduct your marks on the basis of what kind of argument you're writing, but it will deduct if you're writing a grammatically wrong sentence or if you're making spelling errors. Okay? So Fauzan's argument is all valid, right? So Fauzan, tell me, how will you write the most? That branded clothes will help women to say stay fashionable. Done. Okay. Now, should companies spend money? Should companies spend money on packaging of the products? Yes or no? Should companies spend a huge amount of money on the packaging of a product? No. Why? Swaran, why? It increases the cost of the product. Anything else? Okay. Now, Soren said it increases the cost of the product. It's absolutely fine, no issues. You can add of the effect of this over packaging of this argument, like it will increase the product of the cost of the product, which will eventually be borne by the consumer, not the company. So what I did by writing this extra effect, I have extended my word limit. I have extended my sentence more. That's it. Nothing else. Argument, jo Swaran argument there, the argument which Swaran gave was all good. Right? So the most preponderant one is that over packaging will lead to extra costs. Done. Or over packaging will result in extra costs which ultimately have to be borne by a consumer. Done? Your argument? Okay. Now, after this, you will explain your argument a bit more. You will explain more in the essay because you have to cross the word limit, remember. Right? So, our third, guys, these are the keywords through which you can remember which sentence I have to write. The third keyword is not only but also. Anji. Who has done this structure before? Raise your hands. All those who have done this structure before. Not only but also. Fauzan, Sumit, Swaran, Kesar, Faisal, Somya. Okay. My question to Fauzan again. Fauzan, write a sentence. Give me a sentence using the structure that we use for essays. Give me a sentence for that. Let's say your notebook. Not only this notebook then helps me to write my notes, then should I put a comma here? Okay. But it also what's the other purpose of your notebook? But it also but it also useful. But it also useful. But it also useful to memorize. Do we ever say but it also? But it also handy to carry. Raise your hand if you can identify any mistake in this sentence. What's your name? Karam batao. Tell me the mistakes. Huh? No auxiliary verb. Where? Before this, after this? After not only. So here there is no auxiliary verb. What else? Let's say we're using can here, which is a mistake which she didn't say. Okay. If you're using can here, then okay, then it will not be helps. It will be help. Okay, so a mistake here. Then it can also. Okay, another mistake. Then the last mistake. It can also carry. Why not handy? Exactly. Handy is not a verb. Any word after which you can use ing easily, that's a verb. Have you heard carrying? Have you heard the word carrying? Kulvinder? Yes, right? So carry is a verb. Have you heard handing? Handling. Handle is a verb but not hand. Handy, right? So handy is not the word to be used here because it's not a verb. Now make the sentence, but it can also easy. Have you heard easing, Soumya? Then it can also carry what? It can also carry easily. That means notebook will carry something. If you say it can also carry like this, a handbag, a handman can carry, can it? But can I say Soumya can carry? Yes, I can. Can I say pen can carry? पेन क्या कैरी करता है? कुछ कैरी नहीं करता except a cap. So does a notebook carry? But it can also preserve is not the right word. Yeah, but it can also keep important information in one place. It can also keep important. Will I write information like this? No, this is not a text message. This is a test, English test, right? So don't write in abbreviated forms. But it can also keep important information in one place. So see, if you're not prepared with this not only but also structure, how many mistakes did Fawzan make? One, very important mistake. Two, and then the third one. This will take her essay from 8 to maybe 6. Why? Because you were not prepared with the not only but also structure, which is you can say the heart of the second paragraph. Everyone, whenever we start not only sentence, our sentence with not only, after that we always write an auxiliary verb. It's a must, always. Will I say not only Swaran can? Will I say, tell me, Kaisar, not only Swaran can? No. Not only can Akshay, right or not? Yes, it is right. Not only does Akshay, right or wrong? It's right, right? So not only Pooja does, right or wrong? Wrong. After this, you always have to use auxiliary verb. And how many do we use? 3. Do, does, can, or can, do, does. Although you can use will, has, have, up to you if you know how to use, but the ones that we use is can, do, and does. Okay. So not only can, what will come after that? Subject. Subject means about which we are talking, the main idea. So if I say, not only can Akshay make coffee. So not only Akshay is the subject about the thing about which we're discussing, the topic you can say. Okay. After that, what do we have? After that, what do we have to use? Main verb. This is auxiliary verb, helping verb like can, do, does, all this. This is the main verb like help or return, regard, or maybe fascinate, read, tell. All these are verbs. You have to use a main verb. So the meaning of the sentence is the subject does this as well as this. The subject does this as well as this. So not only can this marker help a teacher to write on the board, first activity. Not only can, what's the subject? This marker, verb, help a teacher to write on the board. Now second part of the sentence. It will start with but. Then you repeat the subject here again if you want to. It can be the same subject in the sense, if you want to means, it can be the same subject like I'm talking about the marker again here, or it can be a different subject, but a duster. Subject can be the same, subject can be different. Okay. Subject, and then if you're using can here, what's the rule? Namrata, what's the rule? You have to repeat can here again after the subject. Like he can, she can, they can, Hawk can, Kesar can, Suran can. Okay. So first subject and then can. After that, also is fixed. Also is fixed, and then the second part of the story. Now here again, after also you have to write what? Main verb again. So you need to write two main verbs. It can be the same if you want, but it's better to use different auxiliary verbs. Again, coming back to this example, not only can this marker help a teacher to write on the board, but it can also highlight important points in an essay. Not only can smartphones allow people to play video games, but it can also, you won't say it also, it's wrong, but it can also help people connect with the outside world. Two benefits of one thing. Okay. Now I'm changing the subject. I'm changing the subject in the sense, not only can this table, not only can this table help teachers to place their things, not only can this table help teachers to place their things, but it, now I'm changing the subject. Here I talked about this table. Now here I can talk about this marker. But this marker can also help teacher to write on the board. So depending on the topic, the subject can be same, it can be different. So if you're talking about technology, right? In this part you can talk about the internet. In this part you can talk about the maybe smartphones, laptops, whatever you want to talk about. So not only can the internet, what is the benefit of the internet? Tell me. Yeah, internet ka benefit. Do you use internet? Tell me. What's the benefit? You can use Facebook and WhatsApp, right? ये काम होते हैं. Or you can use Instagram or Snapchat. Click pictures and send it to your friends, right? Huh? So not only can the internet help people to do various activities, from checking Facebook to sending message on on WhatsApp, but but uh, but laptops can also or but technology can also, let's say technology, but technology can also, what's the benefit of technology? Yes, you can write different subjects. That's what I'm saying. But technology can also keep people connected. Let's talk about teacher and students. So not only can a teacher help students memorize a listening summary, but students can also practice listening summary at home. The topic is related to education, related to one thing, but you're writing two different subjects, you can do so. There's nothing wrong. Clear? But if the subject is the same, then here you have to use auxiliary a pronoun. Sorry. If subject is students here, then here your pronoun will be they. If here you're writing children, your pronoun will be they. If you're writing a child here, then your pronoun will be he, she, right? Or you can add one as well. If you're here your subject is technology, then your pronoun will be it. Simple. Done? Okay. Now let's move to do. What if you want to use do? Have you written up this rule? Done, everyone? And let's move to do. So with can, one more thing, with can, in the first main verb, in the second main verb, what do you write? Always base form of the verb. Always the base form. Base form means the first form of the verb. So help, not helps. Assist, not assists. Carry, not carries. If you will write carries here, your name is Shikha, right? Shikha, what will be wrong? Carries will be right. Not only can a bag carries, right or wrong? Wrong. It has to be carry. Here as well as here. Okay. But it can also helps or help. What's your name? Ravi. But it can also help or helps. Help. Always first form of the verb. Okay. Now coming to does. Where will does come? Here. Remember this. After not only, not after this. After not only. Okay. So not only does this notebook help or helps, help, with does also in the first part you will write first form of the verb. Okay. Not only does this notebook help me to write my notes, but it, now will you repeat any auxiliary verb here? No, you will not repeat any auxiliary verb here. Simple. But it also, but they also, but she also, right? But it also then keep or keeps, tell me. Now it will be keeps. Why so? मेरी मर्जी है इसलिए ना. Because in the second part of the sentence there is no auxiliary verb, so it means I have to write verb with s. Verb with s, rules लिख लो, otherwise you will forget. Verb with s in the second part when you use does. Not only does, how many of you have been to Angan restaurant? How many of you have been to Angan restaurant? Okay. Hawk, have you been to Angan restaurant? No. Let's take Nando's then. Okay. So not only does सरण के मुंह में पानी भी आ गया. Non-vegetarians, vegetarians. Who all are vegetarians here? बड़े सारे हैं. चलो वहाँ पे मशरूम भी मिलता है. Okay. With pita bread and chips as well. So not only does Nando's sell what? Food is, of course, it sells food, of course. So not only does Nando's sells chips with peri peri sauce, but it also sells ho gaya na. Let's use some different auxiliary verb. But it also serves, thank you, but it also serves hot and spicy peri peri sauce, right? Done. Okay. Not only does a driver means anyone who's driving a car or maybe a taxi, whatever, maybe a truck. Not only does a driver need to be aware of the surroundings, yes or no? Yes. But he or she, whatever you want to write, but he also, what auxiliary verb did we use here? Not only does a driver need, we use need, but he also, tell me now, needs, let's say needs, but he also needs what? But he also needs to aware of, to be aware of, but he also needs to be aware of traffic rules. Simple, done. Okay, so that's the way we use does. Done. Okay, now let's use, so with does, the rule is in the first part you will use first form of the verb. In the second part, yes dear, what's your name? Yes sir, yes sir, right? Yes sir, tell me, in the second part the main verb will be with your girlfriend. Just kidding. With s, with s. Okay, so now tell me, not only does this marker help a teacher to write on the board, but it also allows a teacher to use it on a student. Right or wrong? But it also allows a teacher to be used on a student. Right or wrong? Allow or allows? Allows. Why? Because in the second part you have to use verb with s. Simple rule. Okay. Now let's move to do. Have you written the rule? Yes. When do we use does, by the way? Main just with singular things. Can I use does with Sumit? Can I use does with Windows? No. Can I use does with Internet Explorer? What is Internet Explorer? Search browser which we used to use. Okay. Can we use does with Google Chrome? Can we use does with search browsers? No. Perfect. Let's move to do. Okay, now tell me, when do we use do? Plural things. Can we use do with search browsers? Yes. Can we use do with smartphones? Can we use do with the good guys? No. The good guys is one company. You can't use do. Can we use do with Nando's? No. Can we use do with Nando's outlets? Yes. So with plural you can. Okay. Now let's not only do subway outlets. Let's talk about subway now. Okay. Not only time क्या हो रहा है? 12:30. भूख तो नहीं लग रही किसी को? Subway is nearby, by the way. Okay. So not only do subway outlets, tell me, sell what? Sell. Okay. Now tell me, with do, will you say sell or sells? Sell, Sumit. You have to use first form of the verb. I do take or I do takes. I do take. They do go or they do goes. Go. Okay. So with do also, you, in the first part you will use first form of the verb. Okay. So simple rule: be it can, do, or does. In the first part, what do I mean by the first part? In the not only part. In the not only part, the main verb will be in the base form, will be in the first form. ये पक्का rule है. So not only do subway outlets sell what? Sell, the half one is 6 inch, right? The half one. Not only do subway outlets sell 6 inch foot long, 6 inch foot long, but now tell me, the pronoun will be but they also serve or serves. Serve. When we use do, we will be writing verb in the first form. But they do, sorry. You will not repeat do in the second part. But they also serve cookies with Coke. Done? Not only do students learn or learns. Learn listening summary structure, but they do also no, but they also memorize or memorizes memorize reading blanks in the same class. Done. That's how we use do, can, do, or does. Yes, Sumit. First form में ही आएगा exactly. In the second part, again with can and do, it will be verb in the first form. It's only with does. Only with does in the second part that you use verb with s. Otherwise, everything is the same. And one more thing, with do and does, you don't repeat it in the second part. When you use do and does, you don't repeat it in the second part. Done? What's your name, dear? Manuara. Manuara from Bangladesh. Manuara, which part of Bangladesh? Dhaka, the capital city. Okay. Manuara, give me two sentences on Dhaka using not only but also structure. Use any, can, do, does, whatever you want. So not only can, Dhaka city, then, so what are the two benefits of going to Dhaka? Tell me. You can get various kinds of foods and clothes. Okay. So not only can Dhaka city offer a wide variety of food, but it can also who said provides, it can also, because can is also there, but it can also provide different varieties of clothings. Yeah, you can, but yeah, you can change the subject, but people can also buy different clothes. Done. All good. So make sure you remember all these rules when you write the sentences, dear. That's a good point. You can use these this not only but also structure either for negative or positive, both ways. So not only can lack of concentration in the class. Pradeep, sab theek? Okay. So not only can a lack of concentration in the class lead to Sita, lead to failure in exam, but it can also take a long time to pass the test. Which test? You know. Done. So with this, with normal model structure, you will expand your argument. So if you think that drunk driving is bad, your first argument was, good afternoon, sir. With normal model structure, you extend the argument. So you said drunk driving is bad. Yes, your first argument was it leads to accidents. Now expand the point more. Expand it more. What are the other drawbacks of drunk driving? It is risky, cause traffic jam. Okay. Risks someone's life. Okay. So not only can drunk driving, risking, who said risk? Not only can drunk driving risk people's life, other people, so people's life both mean the same thing. So people's will be apostrophe s, their lives. Okay. So not only can drunk driving risk people's lives, but it can also, what was the second point? I forgot. वो तो हमें लिख दिया ना, accidents, we have written accidents, but yeah, it can also result in lots of traffic jams. Done. It was very simple sentence. Okay. I would say read the essays that sir has written, those 38 or 39 essays. You will get the vocabulary out of those essays. Write more and more essays. The more you will write, the better you will get in writing essays. Done? Okay, now let's move to the fourth sentence, which is needless to say. For positive, what will you write? So we have got, now what's the fourth sentence? Fourth sentence is the conclusion of the second paragraph. Okay, so if you're discussing benefits, like benefits of drinking water, in that case, you will write this sentence, which is, tell me, needless to say, प्रीत tennis sheet प्रीत नहीं है? It's not here. Anyway, in the meantime, guys, have you received the tennis sheet or not? It's already there. For the first session or the second, what is written there? There, what is written? First or second session? Second session. What about this one? Nothing is written. So write number 2 in this session and write today's date on the right hand side. Today's date. Thank you. So needless to say, Punjabi mein what's the Punjabi version of needless to say? कहंदी जरूरत नहीं है जरूरत से एक और अच्छा वर्ड है कहंदी लोड नहीं है that means it's obvious needless to say means it's obvious needless to say all these means which we have already given the above mentioned all these merits meaning positive points all these merits stand somebody or something it can be somebody or something in good state as far as you can either write as far as or when it comes to as far as doing something is concerned. That's what you write for something positive. Needless to say, all these merits stand somebody or something in good stead as far as doing something is concerned. Okay. Now, what is the meaning of stand somebody in good stead? Stand something in good stead. It's a fixed phrase which means this is the person who receives the benefit. In Hindi, it means isko fayda milta hai. This is the person who receives the benefit, right? So if I want to say that this laptop is beneficial for students. So needless to say, all these merits stand laptop. No, who is receiving the benefit? Students. Stand students in good stead. Okay. Who is receiving the benefit of this television? What benefit are you getting? You have the board to see. We are getting the benefit. Online students are getting the benefit. Online students? No. Why? It's through laptop that the class is broadcast online, not through TV. Other branches student, no. Other, yeah, they can say, yeah. Online session, the other students can see. Okay, so branches of students of other branches, right? So they're getting the benefit. So needless to say, all these merits of television stand who? Students of other branches in good stead. Okay, you're using notebooks, right? Who's getting the benefit of notebooks? Students. Again, needless to say, all these benefits of notebooks stand students in good stead. Okay. Now tell me, who is receiving the benefit of attendance sheet? Administration, right? Or Imdad's Payton as administration. Okay. So needless to say, all these benefits or all these merits stand who? Administration in good stead. अभी आगे आते हैं. Okay. So this is done. So here we refer the benefit taker. Now coming to as far as doing something is concerned, now here we tell what benefit are they getting. What benefit are they getting? Or you can also write the area of benefit. In which area are they getting the benefit? So for what was the first example before television? Laptop. Thank you. So laptop, you are getting the benefit of laptop in what area? in learning. So that's your area of benefit. So needless to say, all these merits stand students in good stead as far as learning effectively is concerned. Now, what benefit are you getting? Again, learning. So area of benefit and the benefit you're getting is the same in this case. Okay. Coming to television. Who is getting the benefit of television? Other branch students. Okay. What is their area of benefit? Again, learning. Okay. Or attending session. Okay. So you can take area of benefit as learning, and what benefit are they getting? That they can attend a live class. They can attend a live class. Right? You know, have you been to other branches? Maybe Melbourne CBD, Bandura, right? So you can with online classes नहीं गए कोई नहीं, रोना नहीं, ठीक है? So with television you can watch the class which is taking place like in Footscray. You can watch the live class live there, right? So needless to say, all these merits of television, guys. After all these merits, I mentioned the topic. Okay, you don't need to write the topic in the exam. I mentioned the topic just to explain further. Okay. So needless to say, all these merits stand students of other branches in good stead as far as learning is concerned, or as far as getting a live broadcast of class is concerned. Both ways, it's perfect. Clear? Water. What is the benefit of water? Okay, in what is the area of benefit of water? Staying hydrated, staying healthy. Okay, and what is the benefit you are getting? Again, getting hydrated. So it can be similar, it can be something different. So needless to say, all these merits stand who? People. We can't say students specifically. हम भी पानी पीते हैं. Okay, so all these merits stand people in good stead as far as getting hydrated is concerned. Now you need to remember, if it's verb, it has to be with ing. If it's verb, it has to be with ing. Otherwise, simple noun. So as far with respect to water, as far as as far as getting hydrated is concerned, or as far as hydration is concerned. Getting my point? What is hydration? Now, as far as hydration is concerned, or as far as getting hydrated is concerned, both are correct. Done? सबके ध्यान flowers पे है, आपके लिए नहीं है. What happened? Acha. Yeah. Before as you don't need, right? Okay, now coming to second, like we are discussing the drawbacks of drunk driving. Okay, for negative you will write, you won't write all these merits stand somebody in bad state. No, collocation is good state, and many of you write in a good state. Don't show your creativity, please. The collocation is in good state. Do you ever say, can you do me a favoritism? Huh? No, it's always can you do me a favor. So doing a favor or do a favor is a collocation. So similarly, in good side is a collocation. Okay. Now coming to the negative side, that is needless to say, again, comma, all these demerits meaning drawbacks, negative side, all these demerits, tell me now, have a far reaching, not have far reaching, have a far hyphen reaching impact on something. So guys, everyone listen to me. Needless to say, all these demerits, meaning negative effects, have a far-reaching impact. We write far-reaching impact when we say it has negative long-term effect. On something, on, the preposition is on. What will be something here? In something we write the victim. So, drunk driving. Who is the victim? Who is the sufferer of drunk driving? You can either say people, you can say either say, or you can say the driver. Up to you. What depends on the argument you're writing here. So if you're saying he is risking the life of other people or of people, you will say, needless to say, all these demerits of drunk driving have a far-reaching impact on in the above part we have discussed that people are getting affected, right? We are not discussing about the family of the victim. Let's say I'm not discussing about the family of the victim. So this is the conclusion of this paragraph. So will you all of a sudden mention family of the victim, Sumit? No, you rather say have a far-reaching impact on people's lives. Easy conclusion. Do you know what's the meaning of conclusion? When you write the points and then you finally conclude on that basis. Okay. Now, if you get your PR, who will get the direct benefit? You or your parents? Direct benefit. You. So you better write the direct benefit here. Okay. If you don't get your PR, let's say because it's negative. Okay. God forbid. Let's say A, imaginary person, A does not get his PR. So will A be affected or his family? Direct impact. A. So needless to say, all these demerits have a far-reaching impact on A, not A's family. You can write it's not wrong, but we better write a direct the person who is getting impacted or affected directly. Clear? Now you can also write it in this way: have a far-reaching impact in doing something using preposition in. Now after in, what will you write? The effect, the impact. What's the impact of drunk driving? Drunk driving we just discussed. It is risking other people's lives. That's the impact, right? So needless to say, all these demerits of drunk driving have a far-reaching impact in risking life of people. Okay. Um, in our countries, students, young children or children, they carry very heavy bags, right? यहाँ पे तो कुछ है ही नहीं, पढ़ना भी नहीं है, bag तो छोड़ो. So in our country, students or children, they carry very heavy bags. So tell me, what is the impact of carrying that heavy bag? Back pain or posture, depending either ways. So needless to say, all these demerits of carrying heavy bags have a far-reaching impact in students. कैसे? In children, in having a bad posture or in impacting their back or in hindering their growth or hindering their physical growth maybe, right? So guys, after in you have to use verb with ing, but if you want to write noun you just say on. So Kulvinder, you said on children, so it will be on children, not in children. On children or in affecting children's health. So for noun you say on something, for activity, for the impact you say in verb with ing. Clear? Faisal, all good? Let's move. Last paragraph, not last, I mean the second last paragraph. Now before that I want what's your name dear? Preeti. Yes, Preeti, give me a sentence for needless to say for your mobile phone, for positive one, the benefit of your mobile phone. Needless to say, mobile, okay. Who is receiving the benefit of your mobile phone? Huh? People stay connected. So who is getting the benefit of mobile phone? People. People, right? So needless to say, all these merits stand people in good stead as far as Connecting, not connected. Connecting is concerned or connecting with the outside world is concerned. Either way is correct. Connecting with the outside world. Okay. Now, Abhilash, you tell me a negative sentence for your wife. Marriage. Let's say marriage. Yes, Abhilash. Needless to say, be alert. Okay. Be alert. Be aware. Needless to say, all these demerits of marriage have a far-reaching impact on. There's only one person. On wife. So kind of you. On, yes, Swaran. Individuals freedom. Okay. There's only one person. एक ही बार हंसता है वो. Huh? Are you married? He smiles just once. Huh? A husband. So needless to say, all these demerits of marriage have a far-reaching impact on husband. Kurvinder, सही बात है, right? So on a funny side, on a serious side, on tell me for something logical. I was just kidding. For something logical, far-reaching impact on couples or young couples or on early marriage will be impacted because of marriage will have a far-reaching impact on early marriage on you have to tell a negative effect of marriage on individuals lives, couples lives, on couples relationships, either way, right? But you won't say early marriage. Always think the topic, the arguments which I'm writing, who is the person who is getting affected because of this, who is the sufferer because of this, you will get the answer. Done? All good? Now let's move to third paragraph. Third paragraph is easy. How many sentences do you write? 3. Good. Yes. Mm-hmm. Yes, you can, absolutely. That's a noun as far as connectivity is concerned. Yes, guys, attendance sheet. Who hasn't signed it yet? Who hasn't signed the attendance sheet? Please raise your hands. Everyone's done? Shavi is done? Okay. Now coming to third paragraph. Chavez, how do we start the third paragraph? Third paragraph, third. Essay, yeah. Agree, disagree? It's written. भूल गए. Sukh, what's the third sentence? Third paragraph, first sentence. Done? Sunan, दोबारा बोलना. Thank you, done. Pivotal. Manifestation is pivotal. Another. You can either write pivotal aspect or you can write, instead of this word, you can write overt facet, which means another side, another pivotal aspect or overt facet of this argument is that. So with these fixed sentences, we are giving life to our essay. We are giving the body to our essay. Okay, you can write sentences very easily in the exam. Now, why are we writing another? Now we are adding extra points. We are giving extra arguments. Okay. So another pivotal aspect or over facet of this argument is that after this again, you will write a full sentence stating your argument. Okay. Now, coming to drunken driving again, tell me what are the other negative effects, or think more now. We have discussed accidents. We have discussed risking life of other people. We have discussed traffic jam. Now, give me more points. Huh? Yeah, it can attract heavy fines. Okay, so another pivotal aspect of this argument is that it can attract heavy penalties and क्या दोबारा बोलो हाँ कार कार का भी तो नुकसान होगा so yeah people's daily lives. So either ways, all the arguments all good. So another pivotal aspect of this argument is that it can also attract a lot of financial penalties like fines, okay, and deducing what points, merit points. Thank you. Deducing merit points. First, you can write that one, or you can write another overt facet of this argument is that it can also damage the car hugely, resulting in resulting in costing a lot of money on repairing the same car. That's you just have to write more arguments. Done. Now, coming to second sentence, as I said, it's easier. It's easier. Second sentence is besides. Besides means apart from this, I'm adding one more argument. Now tell me, what would be another argument? It's just 1 year. 1 year license suspension. That's it. And fine. You can also even land up in jail, right? So besides, it can also land a person in jail. Done. Simple. Because we've mentioned financial penalties once, so better, right? It can also land a person in jail. Anything extra you want to add? Yeah, besides it can also land a person in jail. It's a full sentence. What else? You can. I mean, computer never judges that this argument is better, this argument is not better. Computer never judges that. It just see grammar and vocabulary and spelling. Right? So done. Now moving on to the third sentence, which is the conclusion of your third paragraph. Conclusion of your third paragraph, which is hence. Now we are deducing, we are concluding. Hence, comma, it is. Hence, it is apparent means now it is clear. Hence, it is apparent why many, referring to many means people. It means people. Why many are. You will write against if you are discussing negatives or drawbacks. Hence, it is apparent why many are against, and then you straight away mention the topic. Don't write off. So you will be writing, hence it is apparent why many are against drunk driving. Hence it is apparent why many are against getting drunk and driving. Topic straight away. Okay. For negative, for positive, you will write after are. You will write why many are in favor of, and then again the topic. Chavez ko yaad hai. Okay. So hence it is apparent why many are in favor of learning a second language. Topic. Hence it is apparent why many are in favor of trying different varieties of food at Nando's. Hence it is apparent why many are against selling products which are overpackaged. Topic. Then easy. There's nothing much to explain in the last sentence. Now, moving on to the conclusion of this essay. The final conclusion of the essay You know that in the exam you will type the introduction first, then Shika, conclusion, then take the cursor below introduction, type paragraph number 2, and after that type paragraph number 3, leaving one line space by clicking enter twice. So your first paragraph, your introduction, one line space, second paragraph, one line space, third paragraph, one line space, and then the conclusion. For that you have to press enter twice. Okay, so type your introduction first in the exam, then you type the conclusion first, second, take your cursor here, you type second paragraph, and here you type third paragraph. Sequence will be the same, but typing sequence will be different. Okay, now Pooja, tell me what's the conclusion. I don't know. You have to help me out. No, Shikha, you haven't done essay before. Shikha, right? Yeah. Shikha, have you done essay before? You have done, yes, but you don't remember. Okay. Have you done essay before, dear? No. What about you at the back? Yeah, what's your name? Umang. हाँ Umang बताओ. In the view of. Okay. नहीं in the view. आदत है ना हमारी, आदत से मजबूर है. In the view of. No. Exactly, it is wrong. In. हाँ उमंग, in view of. उमंग की क्रिएटिविटी इतनी है, देख के भी in the view of. Okay, in view of argument or arguments? Means outlined कहाँ पे? Above, comma, one can conclude that what can we conclude? Despite some drawbacks, we write it for both sided. That the benefits of what? Of topic. Are indeed too great to ignore. So this conclusion will be written when you're writing the benefits. In view of the arguments outlined above, one can conclude that the benefits of learning a second language at an early age are indeed too great to ignore. In view of the arguments outlined above, one can conclude that the benefits of eating non-vegetarian food at Nando's is or are? Tell me. Guys, it will always be are because of the benefits, because of benefits. Okay, so are indeed too great to ignore. That the benefits of eating food at Subway, for whom? Vegetarian, non-vegetarian? Vegetarian, right? They have got good options. Okay, so that the benefits of eating vegetarian food at Subway is or are indeed too great to ignore. When we say the benefits of topic are indeed too great to ignore, it means that the benefits are so many that we cannot ignore them in a positive way. Now coming to drawbacks, for drawbacks, what change will we make? First of all, instead of benefits, we will write drawbacks. Simple. Drawbacks. Now here, topic, again you will mention the topic. Now here, instead of the word great, which means dire. What's the meaning of dire? Dire means dangerous, catastrophic. कुछ तो मतलब something like not even audacity, something which is very which is harmful, okay, destructive, catastrophic, which can lead to trauma. Okay, so it has negative meaning. So the benefits of drunk driving are indeed too dire to ignore. In view of the arguments outlined above, one can conclude that the drawbacks of sleeping in the class are indeed too dire to ignore. Right? In view of the arguments outlined above, one can conclude that the drawbacks of going out today, huh? That the drawbacks of going out today is or are, again are, because of drawbacks are indeed too dire to. Okay. Yes, Kulvinder, you were saying something. All good. So 4 paragraphs, roughly around 10 or 12 sentences in each, I mean, in the whole essay. You have to memorize these sentences. All those who are attending class for the first time, you have to memorize all the sentences, word by word. If you make mistake in the structure, you're going to lose scores. After structure, then you go to arguments. Write arguments and get your essays corrected with teacher. You know we have got appointments, right? So use those appointments for your essay writing wisely. Done? Okay. Now, moving on further with the special session. Everyone, write on this link. You know the link for listening summary. Perfect. S is small, yes. Open this link in your browser quickly. V is capital. That's F small, R small, V capital, S small, 8, C capital. Are you able to open the link? S is capital, show. V is small. Yes. S is capital. All good now? Yes. So, have you memorized the listening summaries, everyone? No. Why? Give me your excuses. Soren, why? No answer. Yes. Yes. You. Your name is? Eranga. Eranga, yes. Why not? Give me your excuse, your reason. I need a logical excuse. This is your. You've memorized the first, and what about the rest? No. Hawk, how many? Some of them. Some of them means one or two, or five, 8 or 10. Maybe? Maybe 20. Not a good one. Who has memorized all 38? 1,000, all 38. Show. If I ask you one, can you say it out? Okay. How many of you have memorized the last ones? Fossil fuels, the ones that we do in like last 1 or 2 weeks. You have done last one. Can you say primary colors one? Say it out. What's the difference between saying and writing? I don't know. Okay, first don't tell me the first sentence without looking at your phone. The talk delineates. Okay, the talk delineates the significance of wrong. Fazun, can you correct her? The talk delineates the natural. Thank you for your contribution. Thank you. But in the exam, no one else will be there to help you out. You will be alone, all by yourself. Okay. So this contribution won't help here, neither here. Maybe it will help you, but not in the exam. So you have to memorize on your own. Now, everyone, let's do the. Are you all on this page? Come to summary number 38. Summary number 38. I want everyone to be on summary number 38. Shikha, are you there? Okay. Fossil fuels. What's the word count? 66. Now, the talk delineates. Now, guys, the word is not delineates. When we say it is delineates. Delineates. Like dilemma, delineates. D, not die. Okay? Delineates. The talk delineates the significance of, when we say the significance of, it means something positive. The significance of switching from fossil fuel to other alternative sources of energy. When we say switch from, which means we are moving from this to this. If earlier I used to use this headphone, now I'm using this headphone. So after switching from, will I talk about the old headphone or the new headphone? Switching from, after that you will write the old one, the old headphone. If you're shifting, if you're moving from sunshine to Veribi, so switching from, will you say sunshine or Veribi? Sunshine, the old place, everything old will come after switch from. So Swaran is switching from, let's say, is switching from sunshine to Veribi. Okay. So after two, you will mention the new place, the new thing. So I'm switching from the old microphone, thank you, the old microphone to new microphone. And after switch to, will you write Veribi or the old headphone? Veribi. After switch to, you always mention the new thing, the new place. Okay. So I'm switching from Nivea to Ole. Okay. Ole Ole. So here, switching from fossil fuel, that means it was the old source, the old method. Switching from fossil fuel to the new method is to other alternative sources of energy. When we say alternative, it means different sources, other extra sources, right? So switching from fossil fuel to other alternative sources of energy. Sources, not source. Source of energy. Now, it is by, so why are we switching from fossil fuel to other sources of energy? Let's say it is by being available. Being available means being there. Yeah, you can use it, being handy, right? It is always being there, sorry, always being available in finite quantities. What is the meaning of infinite? Unlimited, without any restriction, unlimited. But if you remove in, finite means limited, restricted, okay? Limited in number. So It is by being available in finite quantities, meaning in limited quantities, that this unsustainable source, what is this? Fossil fuel. This means fossil fuel. Unsustainable means, yeah, it will not survive for long. It will not be available for our future generations. So it is by being available in finite quantities that this unsustainable source has not only already exhausted in many countries, has. So auxiliary verb after unsustainable sources, has not only exhausted means I'm exhausted, I'm tired. This is at the verge of exhaustion, meaning this is tired, about to finish, about to end, about to finish, right? So this fossil fuel is already finished in many countries. That's the meaning of the sentence. Has not only already exhausted in many countries, thus making them dependent on other countries. After thus, what do we write? Effect. I'm working hard for my test, thus thus I should pass. Thus, uh, or let's say it's a sentence. um, Swaran is eating a healthy diet. She has included salads, fruits, sprouts in her diet, thus making her feel healthy. Right. So after this, we write the effect. So by eating salads and everything, what will the effect? She will feel more healthy. Right. So here, thus making them. Who is them? You. Countries which don't have any fossil fuels, right? So making them dependent on other countries. So if Australia does not have fossil fuel, so Australia will be dependent on a country which has fossil fuel. Let's say Canada. Let's say Canada has fossil fuels, then Australia will be dependent on Canada, right? Thus making them dependent on other countries. But also, now what's the second effect of fossil fuels? The second effect is, but also contributed to, not in, contributed to. With contribution, the collocation is to. Contributed to adverse climate changes. So the lack of fossil fuels has also resulted in climate change. Adverse means negative impact on climate change. Okay. So when we use has, we have to use verbs. Has, new, has known. Has, new, has known. Known. So after has, we always use verbs third form. So therefore, after has, we have written exhausted, then contributed, because verbs third form. Okay, last part. Hence, comma, the role of switching to. Now after switching to, what do we write? The new thing, right? Switching to alternative sources. Switching to alternative sources in what? In helping sustain the environment. In helping sustain means maintaining the environment or maintaining it for the future generation. So helping sustain the environment is instrumental. Indeed, instrumental meaning very important, very key. Indeed means yes, it is very important. The role of alternative sources in helping sustain the helping sustain sorry in helping sustain the environment is very important. That's the meaning of this last sentence. Okay, I'll give you 5 minutes. Memorize it. Let's take 10 minutes. Say it out aloud. Write it down in whatever way you can memorize. You memorize it. 10 minutes. If you want to read it aloud, you're free to read it aloud. जो जोर जोर से पढ़ो. The talk delineates whatever way you're comfortable with. Yes, Umang. Good question. How will you get to know that to write? How will you get to know? How will you get to know, Swaran? How will you know how to write this specific summary? When exactly. So you, in the exam, yes, Umang, in the exam you will listen to the audio, and when you listen to fossil fuels, you write down the summary. Now, when you hear the word fossil fuel, that means you have to write the summary. You don't need to listen to the whole recording. You just start writing the summary. Simple. हाँ सुमित, उसको कुछ एक्स्ट्रा इन्फॉर्मेशन दे रहे हो, फिर कुछ और बता रहे हो, इन्विजिलेटर को कैसे यू कैन ब्राइब हर, Huh? So the moment you listen to fossil fuel, I know I have to write this summary. The talk delineates the significance of switching from fossil fuel or fuel to another. Who said another? Other. Revise it. Memorize it quickly. Limited. Finite. In ha. In अलग है. In space finite.
Means other sources.
Yes, yes.
And do we still need to write others?
No. You follow only the structure. Other alternative. That means the other is just defining other alternative sources. So the alternative, but other ones. Alternative means other, but again, more. It's a more giving it more definition. Defining it more. No worries. Pausing. 3 more minutes.
The role of switching of principles in variant, but it also contribute to adverse climate changes. Adverse means negative ना,
हाँ.
लेकिन ये चीज़ तो positive के बारे में लिखते हैं.
No. The significance of fossil fuels in this now. It is by being available in finite quantities. Many quantities. Huh. The meaning is that we should use other alternative sources of energy. But why we should use? Because fossil fuels कम होते जा रहे हैं. उनकी कमी से क्या हो रहा है? हमें अब अदर ऑल्टरनेटिव सोर्सेज ढूंढने पड़ेंगे. तो फर्स्ट और सेकंड ऑल्टरनेटिव सोर्सेज के लिए पॉजिटिव है. सेकंड वाला क्यों हमें ऑल्टरनेटिव सोर्सेज देखने, क्योंकि पॉसिबल कम हो रहा है. सही है एकदम. How was your Christmas? How many of you are revising it by writing it down? Just writing. How many times have you written Shaways? Once. All good? You made mistakes. 3 mistakes. Sumit, what about you? How many times did you write? 3 times. Good. Third is you're still in the process. Okay, and your name? Gurpreet, how many times did you write? 1 time, but rest of the time you were revising. Okay. Who all are just revising it by just memorizing, not writing? Yes? How many of you are revising the summary not by writing, by just memorizing? Raise your hands. What about others? Soumya? So raise your hand. Guys, if you're revising, you're just revising, not writing, raise your hands. Everyone. अभी भी सो रहे हो? कोई और लैंग्वेज यूज करो. स्पेनिश आती नहीं है मुझे. And who all are not doing anything? Faisal. Okay. What's your name, dear? Next, sitting next to Abhilash. Milan. Yes, Milan. So Milan, do you know what are these listening summaries? These are repeated summaries which you will get. Okay. So you will listen. You have to listen to a recording, and on that basis you have to write a summary. Summary means the gist of the audio. Okay. So the answer that we are giving you, that's the gist of the audio. So the moment you listen to fossil fuel in the audio, that means you have to write the fossil fuel summary. Sure. Huh? Exactly. The moment you listen to fossil fuel, you know the answer, nothing else. You don't need to listen to the whole recording at all. Lower down the volume and you start writing the summary. Okay. Okay. Now, Milan, without looking at your notebook, tell me what is the first sentence, and your phone as well. I mean, by notebook means your phone. The talk delineates the significance of switching from then fossil fuel to other alternative source of no cheating. Other wrong. Who can you rectify him here? Other sources of energy. The talk delineates the significance of switching from fossil fuel singular to other alternative sources of energy plural. Sources plural. Okay. Now, dear, what's your name? Simmer. Tell me what is the second sentence. It is by. Shh. Connector. Hint भी दे दी अब तो. What's the connector? Pradeep. Infinite. Wrong. Parvinder. Pooja. Mm, that this unsustainable. Wrong, wrong, wrong. What's your name, dear? इतना yes loud बोलो, मैं उसका नाम भी सुना लिया. He repeated 3 times. Your name, please. Gihan. G-I-H-N. Gihan from Sri Lanka. Okay. Gihan, tell me what's the second sentence without looking at your notebook or phone. No? Is your first class? Okay, pardoned. Palvinder, not your first class. Batao. Mm-hmm. Do you put comma before thus? Yes, comma thus. But also contributed to adverse climate change or changes? Changes. Okay. Changes. Everything was perfect except that last part. Changes, not change. Okay. So you have to write it word to word, verbatim. What's the meaning of verbatim? If it's changes, you have to write changes, don't change it to change. Changes. And Pradeep, in space finite. In space finite, not infinite. Infinite means it is available. We don't need to search for other alternative sources. The meaning will totally change. Okay. So in space finite. Done. Okay. Faisal, tell me the last sentence without looking at your notebook. Yes. Wrong. Sumit. Chance gone. Yes, Sumit. Wrong. Wrong, 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 wrong. Yes, Tansir. क्या किया इतनी देर में फिर? Yes, Amar. Wrong, 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 wrong. Chance gone. Yes, dear. Your name? Your name? Your name is Ganga. Yes, Ganga. Hence, क्या कर रही थी इतनी देर से फिर? पढ़ाई तो दिखी नहीं. Effort is not visible. Shikha. Hence, without looking, yeah. Effect. Wrong. बताओ मुझे आंसर. Hence, in helping sustain. Finally. Feel so relieved. Finally got the correct answer. So hence the role of kiska. Whose role? Switching to alternative sources. What is it helping it to do? In helping, not sustaining, in helping what? Sustain the environment is instrumental. Okay. So always, whenever you memorize it in chunks. First sentence, half part, the beginning is this, the ending of the first sentence in this manner, and then you combine. Then repeat the sentence maybe 5 times or 6 times together. Moving on to the second sentence. Always divide the second sentence in 4. First part is it is by doing something. First part. Second part, that subject. Second part. Third part, effect. That's it. So I would say 3 parts. So divide third sentence in 3 parts in chunks, and then you combine the whole sentence together and repeat it 5 to 6 times. Coming to the last part, the third sentence, hence the role of something. First part, second part, in doing something is instrumental indeed. So 2 parts for the last sentence. So divide the first sentence into two, second sentence into three, last sentence into two. You will remember the story. Okay, and always remember this is plural, this is singular. Here I'm using a, here I'm not using a. So remember, you have to remember these small things. Okay, now Abhilash, what is the word limit for fossil fuel? 66. The word limit is 66. I know, sounds very stupid. Why should I remember the word limit? But if you will exceed to 67, again wrong. If you will write 65, again wrong. It has to be perfect 66 to get better scores, to get full scores. If you need 8 or maybe 7 or 8. Okay. Yes, the word count is, you can see the word count, just like Microsoft Word. Okay. Now moving on to primary colors. Another new, guys, any new listening summaries which you're getting? One I have heard is social contract. Anyone who got social contract? No one got social contract? Any new listening summaries which are not in these 38? एग्जाम नहीं दिया या आप भूल गए? In which category do you fall, Pooja? You didn't take the exam. You did, but you don't remember. You didn't get a new one. Okay. Have you got advertisement one? Yes. तो अभी तक फिर नंबर क्यों नहीं आए? Every time you are getting, हाँ? अच्छा अब दो दोबारा एक बार, ठीक है? 37 is primary colors or sources. So in the audio, the moment you hear what words? Primary colors and sources, or sources and or either ways, you have to write this one. The word count is 70, which means the maximum word limit 70. Okay, the maximum word limit is 70. What's the minimum? 50. 50. Maximum is 70, minimum is 50. Right? Now moving on, the talk delineates what? What is the talk delineating? What is the talk explaining? The talk delineates the natural sources of such colors as red, yellow, and blue. Now, such colors as red, yellow, blue. Anyone who is not aware of this structure? Such colors as red, yellow, blue. Anyone who hasn't done this structure before? Can I write this sentence as the talk delineates the my bad. The talk delineates the natural sources of colors such as red, yellow, blue. Can I write the sentence in this manner? Namrata? You don't know. Then say, ma'am, I don't know. I haven't done this structure before. If you don't know the structure, it will be hard to memorize. You can memorize, but you can make mistakes. It's a very simple structure. Whenever we give examples, we write such as, and after that we give examples. Yes, like I have used smartphones. I have used smartphones such as which ones? Let's say Apple or iPhone. I have used smartphones such as iPhone. Yeah, iPhone will be iPhone. Then Samsung. Do you know Samsung is a Korean company? Yeah. Now, that's the normal way we give examples, right? There's another way through which we can give examples, and that is we will write such first, then we will write smartphones here, then as it is, and then examples iPhone, Samsung, right? Or Samsung. The actual pronunciation is, the literal pronunciation is Samsung, something Samsung, right? But the way we say is Samsung. Okay. So such smartphones as iPhone, Samsung. Now both are correct. Both the ways are correct. This one is more advanced. This one is more simple. We have always written examples in this manner, right? But this is the more advanced one. So after such, what do you write? The noun which is defining all these examples. So iPhone, Samsung is the example of smartphones. Red, yellow, blue is the example of colors. Yeah. Mercedes, Audi, and Porsche. These are the examples of cars. So I like to drive such cars as, and then the examples, all those Mercedes, Audi, and Porsche. Done. So similarly, in the similar manner, we have written the talk delineates the natural sources of such colors as red, yellow, blue. Numbers are all good now. Yeah. Moving on. It is by the natural sources means what is the natural source of water? Tap. The natural source, nature, which nature has given us. Ocean, sea, lakes. So that's a natural source of water. Okay. What's the natural source of color here? Maybe flowers. Flowers, right? Yeah. So in this audio, they will be discussing the natural source of colors which nature has given us. Okay. Now moving on, it is by studying these primary colors. We know that red, yellow, blue are primary colors. Remember drawing classes? Yes. So it is by studying these primary colors that, now who will be studying? Normal people, experts. And is it one expert or all the experts? All the experts, a lot of experts, right? So it is by studying above these primary colors that experts, now what did they learn? What did they learn when they studied these colors? Experts have not only established means concluded, found, established that red color is derived from insects and soil. So the red color, nature has given red color to us through insects and soil. That red color is derived means originated. Originated. That red color is derived from insects and soil, whereas yellow is sourced from, again meaning originated from, given to us. Yellow is sourced from plants. So insect and soil give us red color, plants give us yellow color, not green, yellow. Okay. But also concluded, but also means they also found that they also concluded, but also concluded that blue color has indigo as its sole natural source. So blue color comes from indigo. So blue color has indigo as its natural source. That means the natural source of blue color is indigo. Done. Last part, hence the role of nature. The topic is nature. Hence the role of nature in bestowing means giving us, gifting us. Bestow means to gift, to provide, to give, right? In bestowing us with such vivid colors, with such vivid means which you can see easily, very graphically which you can see, right? With bestowing us with such vivid colors is instrumental indeed. Uh, with what kind of colors? Vivid. With such vivid colors is, why are we saying such? Because we have already given all the colors. In giving us, sorry, in bestowing us with such vivid colors is instrumental. Vividness which you can graphically see with your own eyes. Bestowing means gifting, giving. Right? Okay, guys, the time is 4 minutes. Quickly. Mhm. Doesn't matter. No, doesn't matter. Primary colors and sources. How many of you have got primary colors in exam? One, just one, two. What's your name? Gurjeet. Someone else? No. So now you have the answer, Gurjeet. Twice you have got it. अभी आया प्रिपेयर करने के बाद आया नहीं पहले आया कोई नहीं yes dear yeah you will get around 2 to 3 listening summaries right and the time will be 10 minutes for per summary मैंने बातें करने को तो नहीं बोला I didn't tell you to talk to your friends सुमित नहीं. So always, first of all, memorize in chunks, and translate each sentence into your own language. Be it English, Hindi, Punjabi, Bengali, whatever language you speak, translate. With translation, you understand the sentence better. Who is prepared with the first sentence? Tell me. Raise your hand. Faisal. First sentence. Wrong. Umang, correct him. बिना देखे. Yes, such colors as, then you say the colors. Faisal, you forgot to say as. Wrong. Okay, so the talk delineates the natural sources of such colors as red, yellow, blue. Red, yellow, blue. Okay. Now, who is ready with the second sentence? I'm ready. Second, Hawk. Okay, Hawk, tell me the second sentence. Wrong, wrong, wrong. Who will rectify him? Who will correct the mistake? कोई भी नहीं है. That red color, not the red color, that red color. Yeah. Soils. Soil. Yes. Concluded. Blues colors. Yes. Wrong. Wrong. Sumit, can you rectify him? देखा ही नहीं है. Very good. Shaviz.
That blue that blue color has indigo as its
Sole natural source. But also concluded that blue color has what? Has indigo as what? As its sole natural source. As its sole natural source. Last sentence, quickly. Hence the role of nature in vivid. 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 Vivid nahi, vivid. Vivid, right? So hence the role of nature in bestowing us with such vivid colors is instrumental. Done. So today you are done with 2 listening summaries at home. At home, revise it once and write it down without looking at your notes. Okay? Yes, Kumindar. Vivid means which you can see easily, graphically. Okay? No worries. वो भी लिखी नहीं ना हमने. पहले 38. हाँ, यूके स्टॉक क्या है? समरी. यूके स्टॉक.
Listening summary, will you hear the audio?
Yes,
and
you
finish. Like we'll have to grab this point. Like
Yeah, you just need to grab these.
primary
Yeah,
colors
primary colors. The moment you hear these words, that means you have to write the summary.
and like exactly the comma and everything.
Exactly as it is
And
verbatim.
how long for the time we get to type?
10 minutes per summary. So the moment you know it says primary colors or sources, you don't need to listen to the whole audio, you start writing.
Writing. Okay, we can write. And that not more than 70
Not
words.
more.
Okay.
You have to follow the word limit for each summary.
It's like I have to memorize all.
Or 38.
Okay, thank you.
Right now it's not good. अच्छी बात है फिर दो मना किसने किया
Summary number 31 to 38. हाँ मैं वही तो कह रही हूँ अभी बोनस से summary number okay. So those who are sitting in this session, first thing they should know that this is a special session. Not everyone is allowed to enter this session. There are certain conditions. First condition is if you have enrolled for this particular session, you will sit here. Second is if you have scored 69 in each already in the last 4 weeks, then you can sit in this session. Third condition is if it is not 69 in each, which I'm sure most of you are not having, then the condition is you have to pass a listening summary test. This is the conditions to join this class. And to continue staying in this class, there's another condition. So to continue staying in this class, so when you are given a task, your job is to complete it. And how will we know? We'll simply take a test like we are going to have it just in another 20 minutes. 31 to 38, 20 minutes revise.